Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Qualifiers for Six Invitational 2020. As usual, it's hindsight that's on that level. You look beautiful, Parker. Welcome to the show.
Shirt fit weird.
You lost weight. Okay, you got it. Okay, it's fine. Let's get it out of the way right now.
Camera, come in. Bring it in here. No, they're not going to do that.
That said, welcome to Six Invitational 2020 Qualifier stream. We have three regions, of course, EU, Latin America, and North America over this weekend to cover. This will be our last show for 2019, so that'll be fun. And then Pro League will come back on January 6th.
Yep.
We'll be there to cast that. Prepare everything in your schedule. You see all the pop-ups down below as we move on with our day. But we're starting off with Europe. There's two teams left.
And it's a team that just made it into Pro League versus a team that didn't make it into Pro League.
For the past 2 seasons.
But the team that didn't make it into Pro League is coming in with a one-map advantage. So we're going to see Team Secret coming out of the winner's bracket versus BDS. Team BDS/BDS Esport, they actually go by both names online, so I'm very curious as to which one they usually use.
Fair enough. Well, problem is, for a lot of people that are watching around, they're like, where's G2? G2 are out of the competition. The only way for them to qualify is by invitation. So I guess we can rejoice in possibly not seeing Fabian at least for the next couple months.
Crab rave, G2 is dead. G2 is dead.
Yeah, thank you for not leaving me hanging.
I thought you were checking your watch. It's a nice watch.
Thank you. I've had it for like a while. You should have noticed it before. We're friends, apparently. Let's take a look at the rosters for these two teams. We want to get into the match real quick, but we'll just explain things as they go. Team Secret, of course, they've had changes since they were in Pro League. Here they are. You might be seeing Eunice is on here. He's only a temporary player. Yeah,
he's just come in to help them for the qualifiers. He's using a name that nobody's going to be able to pronounce, so we're just going to refer to him as Jonas.
Yep.
It's like Nepinupoli.
Yeah.
If anybody can pronounce it, it's you.
Nepinupoli.
I think so, something like that.
It's just really, it's like lead speak, basically.
Now, at the bottom ticker, you'll see that first and foremost, it's 1-0 Team Secret. A large part of that is because it's a best-of-5 finals. A lot of people were curious about how the formatting worked. Well, because Team Secret hasn't dropped a single match yet, they've dropped a couple maps, but they haven't dropped a single match yet. Because of that, they're coming in with an advantage. Obviously, there needs to be some form of compensation for them, given the fact that they haven't dropped to the loser's bracket. So they come in with a one-map advantage, which in a best-of-5 is really not that huge of a deal.
Nope.
There's something you got to do because it would be unfair if Team Secret were to lose here and then be done because, well, they haven't lost yet. BDS has lost, and most recently, they lost to Team Secret by a score of 2-0. But BDS have looked really good running through the loser's bracket. M&M surprised a lot of people by giving Team Secret quite a fight. They knocked out G2. M&M making it all the way to the end. Keep in mind, M&M's org used to hold the roster that is now Navi, so obviously they have a keen eye for talent.
Yep. Seems to be the case.
And the new lads, as we'll call it, as they came from the UK, who are still a part of the EU, at least for the time being. I wonder if we'll create our own region for them once they Brexit. But I don't know. We'll figure that one out.
They'll exit out of Pro League. I mean, just like Secret did. So.
Exit, yeah. And Secret was already leading the way.
Sexit.
What?
Secret exit.
Sexit. I feel like you can't say that.
There's a C and an X.
I feel like you can't say that. Anyway.
I'm a cunning linguist, okay?
We're gonna move past. We're gonna move past that.
Here we are.
BDS lost to Secret earlier, 2-0, which is what knocked them down into the lower bracket. And since then, BDS have been flawless to get their way here. In a best-of-5, in which they're going to be starting down one, they haven't taken a map off of Secret yet.
That's true.
Secret, undefeated when Helby wears the Secret leggings. Hopefully he's got them on for all of his fans' sakes. I know Owen is going to be watching, the great Redditor of our times.
Yes. We're waiting for you to get downvoted on the subreddit in the meantime, as usually happens. We have our map veto, though. Let's pull it up. We'll remind you that Secret does have a one-map advantage. It's a best-of-5 series, which means there's only 2 bans in this series. You'll see Coast, Clubhouse, Bank, Border, and Cafe. Cafe is the decider, and so in the rule set, Cafe as the decider is taken as a definite W for Secret. That's how it works. That's how it goes. You still do the same ban phase as usual, ban one, and then pick, decider.
Right.
But the decider automatically goes to the team. So you can kind of use it to your advantage if your BDS or Secret kind of flows your way too. But yes, you said Secret have the advantage in this one because they didn't drop a game. You know, they played excellently throughout the whole tournament so far. They absolutely demolished BDS actually in the plays a couple days ago. 7-1 on Coastline, 7-4 on Border.
Yeah, not really close score lines. And I've been watching most of the EU matches, actually, because of my schedule over the last week or so. It's been excellent casting from all the community casters. I just want to give a shout out to everybody that's taken time out of their day. EU tends to be the most diverse region when it comes to different clean feeds being provided for different languages.
Yep.
So we have casts in French, we have casts in German, we've had casts in Russian, I think we've had casts in Spanish, we've had casts in English. So if you're one of those community casters who took time out of your day, whether to observe, whether to actually cast, whether to provide a clean feed, and for all the admins out there, a clap. A clap in the chat. There's a clap in the chat for you.
We started there.
We started there.
And
I was a community caster. I casted Go 4.
Yeah, me too.
And then a week later, I was in Poland.
Casted like 4. Well, yeah, I wish it happened that easily for me, but still.
Yeah, well, you need visas. We the community vote for you, by the way. I'm more of a MasterCard kind of guy myself. I don't know.
I don't think we can promote companies here.
70 and 33%.
Okay.
That is
I did not expect it.
So 103% of you voted. And, well,
These are alternative facts.
these are alternative facts. Fake polls. All 103% of you, thank you very much. Secret gets 70% to 33% for BDS.
So here we are.
We're in an alternative dimension.
I sure hope so. So we will trust those numbers for now.
We will trust them. We have no reason not to.
No, absolutely.
Don't believe everything that you read on the internet. That's how World War II got started.
I thought it was over a floppy drive or something.
I don't know. Who knows? Can I make those jokes in Poland? I don't know. We're going to get things underway with map number 1. We'll head off to Coastline. This is a best of 5, or well, best of 4, technically.
Yeah.
We'll see 4 maps regardless.
Well, it's a best of 5 with one team already having an advantage. There you go. We see Secret has already won. I won't say the word for this matchup. So
good luck, have fun, everybody. Good luck, have fun. Have fun, have fun. First ban is going to be Capito.
Not surprising at all.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this map was played between these two teams not long ago. So this is only like 2 days ago.
You say this was a 7-1.
Yep. This was just Secret demolishing.
So there's your bar. There's your bar. It's a 7-1. It was a bit of an off day for BDS.
Very much so.
Will they be able to rebound?
Well, in that game we had Capitao banned as well. We did have the Valkyrie too. Dokebi wasn't the second attacker ban. It's a Habana. So fair enough, that was BDS's ban. I guess they changed around with that. And last is Goyo. And a reminder for everybody watching right now, Goyo and Amaru are available in play. So I wouldn't be surprised, as probably goes to you as well, Parker, if we see Goyo banned in pretty much every map that gives him some sort of advantage. I think right now everybody's biggest scare is Mira, Goyo, and a lot of shields.
Yesterday when we were doing the North American qualifiers, actually earlier today, because that was today. That was this morning.
This morning. It ended like 7 a.m. our time.
Oh, no, it ended at like 9 a.m.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and then I immediately slept, and now I'm here for 2 best of 5s. You can't say I don't grind it out, okay?
That's not healthy,
though. I flew
That's
from...
not
I did
healthy.
USN. I flew from Vegas to Toronto to Katowice. That same day, I did 1 qualifier matchup, slept, haircut, another qualifier matchup, slept, 2 best of 5s today, and tomorrow... I fly. Like, literally, as soon as Latin America is finished, I'm back on a plane going back to Canada.
Let's be honest, though. I do applaud your perseverance.
Thank you.
However, it is very unhealthy to do something like that. Also, for everybody watching at home, this goes
What am I going to get? Diabetes?
too late. You know,
Already got it.
At least candy won't kill me.
Okay.
So there's that I can look forward to. But you know, it's like a streamer going off. It's like, I have streamed for 15 hours every day for the past 2 months. I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? Go live your life for a moment. I'm like, yeah, but I like video games. Like, that's not how it works.
Imagine having to read Twitch chat for 15 hours every day.
That's probably somebody's job.
5 seconds to insertion.
I'm so sad that someone actually has to do that. Maybe some of the Redditors can explain a bit how that happens. Maybe some people that read Reddit the whole day. Here's a hand clap for all the mods out there. Appreciation for the mods.
Yes, thank you very
To
much.
say the least. So here we are on Coastline. This is map number 1 technically map number 2 in this best of 5 series. And then you'll see BDS turning off on the, oh my God, what is that?
Well, Leon Gids is dead. There goes the round.
That's pretty, actually that has been,
There's the round is over.
that has been Team Secret for a bit now, but
let's just get underway with it.
yeah, RX is going to come in with the Monty, and yeah, he's going to walk on in.
So if you haven't been following the EU qualifiers, which I don't know how many of them you've been able to watch, but I've watched pretty much every secret match.
Same.
I feel like I've watched every secret match for like the last week, which is, it's a lot.
It's a few.
It's a lot. Leon Gids has dropped like 14 or more kills in basically every single map. He dropped like 20 kills in one map. He dropped like 18 kills in another. Aptly titled Leon Gods. He's been carrying this team for the most part, but you've had some really good performances from everybody else. This has been a team effort. Even Jonas stepping up, even though he took a bit of a sabbatical, should we say, from competitive play. And Jonas, very ceremoniously, as Renshiro gets kill number 2 onto Meepy and Secret are throwing their lives away. That's the roam clear down below accomplished.
Renshiro on Repel, that's something we've been seeing for so long, and he's just so good at holding on to these angles. He's trying to find another one here, but at least he stays alive. There's no more damage done to the Echo. That's Jonas, by the way, for people that are saying Nepopopuli, however you say it. That's him. And at least they'll be able to down Rafal on the IQ. So good job here from Vonkers. He's got support as well from the Echo, and they should be able to pick up the IQ right now. Nobody diving out for this kill. Nobody peeking out from the balcony. You can't hit that angle anyways. And things will call down. There's so much time left right now for BDS on this assault. Second grenade will go out as Renshiro will hold an angle, something he's pretty good at, to say the least. When Yokai drone is left down on the floor in the Habana, they know where she's at, but can they take out Shaiko? No, not just yet. Vonker's going to be forced back, and Rafal will go for the diffuser plant. He's got support. Renshi will get 1 more and 2 for Renshiro. And a quad kill, but Vonkers takes him out. Too late. Panix comes around from behind, and the Monty's ready to block the way. It's BDS all the way.
The key moment there for BDS was clearing out downstairs. You took out Meepy, you took out Leon Gids, and then you had Vonkers come in, but Vonkers isn't that lethal from below because he's going to be playing on a Jaeger. You're fearing more than anything a Nitro Cell that's going to be coming out for you. In this particular instance, there was no Nitro Cell. Excellent entry from BDS. The early pick on Leon Gids obviously was huge. It was nearly a flawless round for them. But once you got control of that bottom floor, you can put that Monty plant strategy to good use. The only thing that you need to fear other than Nitro Cell would be an Echo, and in this case, you forced Jonas to engage in a fight because you were pressuring him. Renshiro on the window, he cut off the rotations perfectly. You're going to have a hard time getting back from Cool Vibes. You're going to have a hard time going from Billiards. You're kind of squeezed in at that point, especially with Shaiko opening up the wall inside of VIP and then sitting and watching over top of it. Huge round from Renshiro, but the rest of his team, even though they weren't credited with the kills, they held the angles that were necessary to prevent Team Secret from being able to recover after they lost control of the site. It's a very standard Monty play, and like I said, the big focus was just simply, you got to get control of the bottom floor. I think Meepy and Leon Gids were dead with, what, a minute into the round? That's good pace for BDS to do.
Yeah, they were very effective in that round. And as you said, Leon Gids eliminated usually spells disaster for Team Secret. So this time it definitely was the case. You couldn't really respond to how BDS were fighting against him and really how Renshiro was playing that round. You know, you could just hold on to every single angle. And Renshi is very well known for that. Of course, kudos to the droning to give him that information so he can lock down those angles and just really allow everybody from BDS to rotate around him. That's pretty much, he is your anchor around which you play your round. And back in his days in Millennium, it was the same thing as well. Things change, but they also stay the same. The more they change, the more they stay the same.
War.
War never changes. Or does it? Here we are. Shaiko looking down the drone hole here in bathroom. Not going to find anyone just yet. And in the reverse of the previous round, right now you want to take control of the top floor.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Okay, right in the doorway. This is called the Ninja Turtle strat. RXWD, can you shoot his feet? Yeah, you went for it. Leon Gids gets traded out, but okay, it's still worthwhile. Meepy adds to the tally. Shaiko's there with some covering fire for his team to catch the cross inside a lobby. Very quickly to a 3v3. The Monty being down is going to be huge. You don't have any smokes left. You're going to have to go in dry at this point. And for me, if I'm BDS, you fight for frags. That's it. You've got too much plant denial still available with the Echo. I don't know if he can see his feet.
No, he's
okay,
behind the wall.
He's behind the wall. I was trying to figure out if that was the wall or if that was the rack from his perspective. Rafal coming tantalizingly close, if only he could see the outlines. Not much you can do with it because IQ doesn't have frags. Wait.
don't remind me. Oh, the Jaeger comes around the corner on white stairs. Fonkers gets one. There's the trades. No! Oh, Jonas turns around and slaps Panics in the face. And Schrafal, last man alive here on the AQ. Shot down the headshot from Jonas. That's the round done, and Secret fight back. Jonas has been on fire. Even throughout these online qualifiers, the man is alive. He's had around 6 months where he was not performing well throughout this year, post-Invitational.
Oh, I would say that we haven't seen a really good performance from Jonas since probably around Rio, if not longer.
Yeah, actually,
he had one really good match. I think it was in... Who was it against? It was...
Was it DreamHack Winter?
No. It was at the Invitational. I think it was against Reciprocity. It was either Reciprocity or SSG. And then I remember Fabian tweeted afterwards, because for some reason I read his Twitter. He said something along the lines of, like, we weren't saving strats, we were saving Jonas. And Jonas had a real barn burner of a game. I think it was against SSG. Anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Because the Reciprocity one wasn't really a...
The Reciprocity one was not a real match.
No.
No, that was over very quickly. So, Jonas has not exactly had like a standout performance, and he's been playing on the roles where he needs to. Now he's playing safer roles. You know, when he was on his tail end of his journey with G2, they stuck him on Maestro because it's a really good gun. And if you're somebody like Jonas who has impeccable aim, really good game sense, he can read a push very effectively, then I think if you're Jonas, you're good on those safe roles. Why not? But when G2 was playing him as second entry, hand-in-hand with Kanto Raketti, when he was playing Bandit on row, when he was playing Zofia or whoever he was playing on
Zofia,
entry.
pretty much.
Pretty much Zofia. What was happening? Well, he wasn't the most effective. I think the most poetic moment was that when Secret beat G2, the very final kill in the very final map was Jonas killing Kanto Raketti.
Very true.
And that was the kill that was required. And it was almost like a passing of the torch back to Jonas. The two Finnish friends. So, big round from him. Ultimately, BDS's push fell apart after they lost the Monty. They went for broke. I don't know. I couldn't see from when the plant was going down if they'd smoked it off or not from the Monty.
They had not, from what I could see.
Which is puzzling, because if you're RXWD, I think what they said was, hey, nobody's watching. The smokes will give us away, so we don't need to throw the smokes. Let's just go for a plant in the doorway. They did so, but you saw 3 of Secret immediately respond to that and started gunning away, and the coverage from BDS wasn't quite there over the Monte, and they were able to trade out Leon Gids, but Meepy had his back and RXWD went down. And at that point, well, it's troubling.
Yeah.
So, what do you do next? Well, it's successful kitchen defense for Secret. They can't go there again until round number 5, so they'll have at least one more crack at it. They'll go down to the double bars, which oftentimes is pretty good for the defenders.
There's no push from the opposite end of the map. This is why you have the Legion of Meepy playing on there by bottom of Aqua, the office room. And Fonker's gonna find Renshiro upstairs. Huh. It's like repelling all the time does not work for you. RX has taken a bit of damage there on the Monty as the Echo is forced back for just a moment. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Bless you. So.
No, Gesundheit works. Right?
No. So going for the goo mines here. Pick them off. Oh, the Jaeger turns around and Funkers hits another headshot. It's 2 kills for him. Now the support, the top floor control is lost for BDS. They had the Nomad of Panics even supporting from Ruins, but it was just not worth it. The Jaeger was just so up close and personal, they couldn't do anything against him. And now Shaco contests, and even he dies. Fonkers, they say he's bonkers.
There was 2 of them there with Fonkers, though. You saw one as well by the doorway out towards the top of Cool Vibe stairs, fighting perfectly for a refrag. So Secret were prepared for Shaco's push as he droned himself on in. So the slaughterhouse that's happening upstairs in Hookah, which has claimed 3 lives from BDS. Could possibly see another body added to it. There you go. Fonkers, secure your kill. The Yokai will go and scout it out, leaving RXWD down on site. Very unlikely that there will be an ace. Will Pharaoh give it to him?
No.
Yeah, give it to him. There you go. RXWD down below. This is where you just go for the late play heroics. 30 seconds left, and will he feed himself to the meat grinder that is upstairs. You said that Fonkers was bonkers. That's absolutely correct. But there's Leon Gids instead with the brand new Christmas skin, by the way. You can go and pick that up now. Came out yesterday. Beautiful skin, actually. Looks like an ugly Christmas sweater. Really well played by Secret overall. They had the fight for the trade upstairs, as we mentioned, when Shaco pushed on in. Fonkers was enabled with a Yokai drone to be able to play off of it, and of course he communicating with Jonas, be it in Finnish or in English. Doesn't really matter. He still succeeded.
It happened. It worked out. Secret playing excellently so far. That first round was just domination from BDS, but Maybe he just took Secret a round or two to warm up and get into the groove. Mind you, the bands you can see on top here, Goyo is one of them. Both Goyo and Amaru are available for play right now, all through until 6 Invitational.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Don't be weirded out by the fact that even though they're available to play, you might not see much of Goyo, specifically. Amaru, yeah, maybe every now and then. I think there was it Secret that tried Amaru once?
Yeah, Leon Gids has actually been playing her quite a bit. Yonctis was playing Amaru a lot as well.
Their game against
Yonctis.
Yep.
Yeah.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, there was that one clip that got, I think, shared quite widely, which is where Leon Gids repels to the top of Cafe and then just jumps in through Skylight 13 seconds into the round or some crazy number like that. He just killed 2 people. And by the way, Secret lost that round.
10 seconds to go.
So daring attempts don't always work, to say the least.
5 seconds left before
So,
insertion.
Secret are preparing here, and they're bringing the Mute with the bulletproof camera.
Attackers are heading out to defuse
How
the
is this
bomb.
being played? Okay. So it is to guard the entrance to Hookah. Not only that, but also to have point of view inside of the room. That's why you don't see the bulletproof cam set up outside in the hallway to watch it. It's not just to lock down the doorway, but also to have POV inside of the room itself. So, Shaiko now is coming in on the opposite end of the map here by the balcony lounge. Breaching Charge comes out, destroying the hatch on top of the showers. And BDS will be dropping in just a moment. There you go. That's the drone from Rafal to confirm. Is there anybody inside of the bedroom? No, there is not, but I know they're going to watch Leon. This is great placement from Leon. He's so far back, it's such a tiny hole. He's playing so close to the main stairs that it's just difficult to spot the Maestro there, but he gets off of the angle and turns around to face 90 and face the entrance from the circle desk. Fonkers has taken his spot, and he's going to open fire, but Shaiko will take a lot of damage. Still is alive, and firing through. Panics turns around from behind, and from Luggage will get 2 kills on Leon and Fonkers. Huge entry here for BDS.
Very sneaky play by Panics to entry over towards Luggage, and nobody's watching, of course. That's a major oversight from Secret. A huge oversight from Secret, actually. It could end up costing them the entire round because of that, especially with how much utility was stacked up in that area. Take out 2 of your hottest hands on Team Secret. Notwithstanding the fact that they're great players, well, your Maestro is going to be ineffective, and you're going to rely an awful lot on Jonas now with the Yokai drones. And all you were really able to do was take a chunk of HP off of Shaiko. That's not really going to do all that much because Shaiko's still going to be able to frag really well, no matter what his HP is at.
Farrell finally down and taken out. He wasn't present on the flank as we saw before, but Rafal is still there and watching from theater, and Rafal will come in, destroy any utility that's been set up. It's the Echo and the Legion that are alive, which is a great combination to have when you want to save the round at the end of it, but this is great. The X-Kairos come in, and this is going to give an extra angle on where the Legion is. That obviously can be used against the attackers, as those holes work both ways, but there's the Echo. He'll respond with 1 kill. Things slow down for a moment.
They don't need position, but oh my goodness, say goodbye to Meatbeat. Jonas will need to ace clutch. He's got a lit up Shaiko and running out of ammunition. He'll get collapsed upon. BDS will answer back. That worked very well for BDS. They didn't know the positioning of where Secret was because you saw somebody dedicated to flank watch. If you know that you've got both members of Secret isolated inside of the bomb site and Hookah, then you don't need to flank watch at all. You know that they're there. So there's very minimal droning that was left, whether that was just simple drone economy that was eaten up by Team Secret or the fact that BDS realized, hey, we've got 30 seconds left. We can't be spending a lot of time on that. You've got a Nomad. Presumably all 3 air jabs have been expended. That's information that we are not necessarily privy to. So Jonas doing his damnedest, can't really do all that much. So both Hookah defenses for Secret have been a big fat rip, I think the kids would say.
Going for a rip there, bud?
Out for a rip there, buddy. It's going to be another kitchen defense for Secret. They were successful the first time around, in large part because of a failure from BDS to take site control. They went for a sneaky backwards plant with the Montaigne. The Montaigne has been abandoned now in the previous round. They're not going to have one this time either, so I think BDS realizing that, hey, we should maybe try for something different. They have sacrificed the smokes, though. Not that the smokes have been a really integral part of their strategy at all. Amazingly, they ran a Montaigne for 3 rounds, and
never used it.
Yeah, I don't even think I can remember seeing them throw smoke. Not that I heard, at least.
So yeah, that
odd to say the least.
10 seconds to insert.
Is
insertion.
it odd to say the least?
No.
Odd that they didn't throw a smoke.
5 seconds left
Oh.
before insertion.
I thought you meant it was odd to say the least.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
What?
It depends on how where you
Okay.
puncture. Anyways, that said, we're here. We're at round 5. We're second to last round in this half, and Coastline, at least with operator bans. I mean, we have Capital that's banned. That's something that would be great to have when you want to deal with an echo. Okay, there you go. Second one, ADS, and there we go. You burn off one of the ADSs, and the breaching round will come in and destroy the barbed wire that's down on the floor. BDS will continue to drone on in, and as we saw before, this is a kitchen take control of the top floor, and then make your way down. You have the sledge, a big advantageous operator to have here. You also have breaching charges that I assume Rafale is bringing on the AQ, something that's very common nowadays, is at least playing one operator with only breaching charges. There you go, you'll see with all 3 breaches. And the yokai, can it get sniped? No, it's gonna get moved out, and is it gonna chase? Yes, he gets it!
Finally.
Great play here. One of the yokai has at least been eliminated. And BDS go off to an advantage here. The advantages are all built off of picking off bit by bit of the utility that's available for the defense.
The fatal mistake that BDS made the last time they attacked this site was that they all funneled in through Hookah right into Fonker's line of sight. Now, how do you make Fonker's less important? Well, you don't go towards him and you don't peek him. But Farrell still wins the kill on Renshiro as Renshiro peeks. Renshiro doesn't often miss, and that's the only set of frag grenades that won't be available anymore. You burn the ADSs and did your due diligence, but you're not going to have any explosive capabilities left. Soft destruction, barring breaching charges on the IQ, will be fully in the hands of Shaiko. He's going to get disoriented, and Meepy cannot capitalize. Shaiko wins that despite the knock from Yokai. Jonas doing his part, Meepy not landing the shots required. Once again, Shaiko walks away with a fraction of his HP. Still got Leon Gids in position. Of course, a Maestro flank is going to make an awful lot of noise. Goodbye to RXWD. He's got hatch control, and he's also got the soft destruction control. Fonkers gets knocked down, takes out Shaiko, refragged by Panix. Rafale on the window with Panix at about 50 HP, setting us up for a 3v2 showdown with Secret winning in terms of pure health and on the clock for the time being. Panix will have to get the diffuser down, which will mean that it will be a 3v1 as Panix sustains more damage inside of the courtyard.
So afraid of that Maestro upstairs, and you should be at that point. You never know where he'll be peeking around, but Panix and Rafale actually get a kill each. It's all up to the Echo right now with the Yokai. Does he even have one left? Yes, he does. There's 15 seconds left, but it's so far away! Oh no, it was supposed to be in support of his teammates. He fires on through. Unfortunately, that will not hit. There's a wall solid there in between. Turn around the corner, and they're lying on the floor. This Panix to hit the shot, and
everybody do the dinosaur. It's on the floor. Everybody do the dinosaur.
Listen, no. Everybody walk the dinosaur.
I don't care.
Was it?
I don't care. At least you got the reference.
You know, the one time I heard it, well,
Kix never gets references.
The reason why, well,
that's all that matters.
Kix, the only thing he gets is a Star Wars reference, deep lore. That's what I've learned. But I learned that.
Can you say that? Are we going to get copyright stricken by Disney now? Can you even say that?
The Overlords?
Mm-hmm.
Do they like technically own everything?
You know, I'm not going to spoil Star Wars for you, but when Iron Man kills Luke Skywalker at the end of the new Star Wars, I cried.
You should have seen Gandalf's face.
I cried. It was strange that they brought back Dumbledore, but his wand battle against Darth Vader was really impressive.
It was.
It was really impressive at that point. Sorry, spoilers, by the way, if you haven't seen them.
We already said it, so you
spoilers.
Immediately muted
spoilers, my bad.
So.
Spoilers, sorry.
Spoiler, the Balrog dies. So, why are we like this?
10 seconds left before
here we are, round number 6, BDS at the advantage. I like how they were able to save the previous round from immediate death.
Attackers are heading out to the
and the fact that that Secret lost Leon there, being such a huge asset, that was just heartbreaking, to say the least, for Secret. So, here we sit at the beginning of the round, and Renshiro, as usual, is just watching. Maybe somebody will cross his path at some point, and he's going to be able to spawn someone through the bathroom drone hole. No, nobody just yet. See the smoke of Leon just jumping around every bit, and they're going to get the information on him, but BDS aren't really bothered by that.
It's funny that RXWD has gone on the Hibana now in place of Shaiko. Shaiko's very versatile in the operators he can play on defense and on attack. He cycles through a couple operators. I wouldn't say that he has the highest amount of versatility, but the man can, you know, break records with Hibana being his man. That's quite an accomplishment for people who say that the Type 89 is by no means a comfortable weapon to use. So
it's pretty nice. Magazine size definitely can put you off when you're used to Ash, but still does the job pretty well. Back in the day where Hibana was pretty much the second tier fragging operator right after the Ash there. But Afad will find the first kill. That's on Leon. Burst repel on the IQ there, checking into security. It's a great pick to finish off the smoke that was so far back, but the Jaeger upstairs will get one, and Meepy even has to resort to the super shorty as he's out of ammo with the Roni. Renchi with one more on to Rafal and his Shaiko. Find one, but Yunus again responding. It's a 2v2 and we're halfway down the round. This is all over the place.
I was going to make a comment about the fact that Leon Gids has not made an impact in this match at all through the first half. He's been playing anchor-style roles. He's been supporting Fonkers and working, I'm assuming, in tandem with Jonas. Jonas has had a much bigger impact on the actual round. In every single round, almost. Fonkers, thank goodness that he's there. Bonkers, as you said, able to rotate endlessly. And nobody's really able to do much to contain him. Thank God of your BDS, but he's still got Shaiko. I don't know if he was able to grab the yokai after getting disoriented. It looks like Jonas is playing inside of the double bars down by Sunrise. Whether he's going to be supporting Fonkers on this roam or not is anybody's guess. I don't know if Shaiko's aware as we see the yokai drone get repositioned. It's a return to site from Fonkers down Cool Vibe stairs. You hear the telltale signs of the R4C. It'll ping away at the yokai, take it, and claim it. Fonkers now on swift flank. Oh, this could go very well for him. He's got Shaiko not too far off as RXWD attempts a plant. Jonas having some difficulties. Fonkers wins the fight, and RXWD is immobile for the time being, absorbing so much damage. 1 HP. He'll fall off as he's also disoriented. He'll get the yokai, but it doesn't really matter because even a small gust of wind will be enough for the Hibana to fall. He knows he has to go for the frags, and he'll find Jonas. Time to get the plant down. No! Clock strike 0. And even though the final frag goes to BDS on time, it'll be Team Secret. Both sides emerge from the first half tied at 3 apiece.
So you can tell there's been some changes to the way that BDS have played on this map very specifically. As last time, we'll remind you, when these two teams fought it out, it was 2 days ago. And it was a clear and distinct victory for Team Secret. It's a 7-1 for the team on Coastline. So yeah, with similar bans, the Dokebi is kind of the big change compared to the Hibana that was banned before. That was a BDS ban. So it was supposed to give BDS that extra flexibility. You talked about Shaiko being the player that runs Ash and Hibana very consistently. We could definitely see the impact that he's had, but RXWD has had that impact as well. Getting already 2 more rounds than you did before, and you're equal at the half. That's a pretty good start to this matchup, even given the fact that Secret have that 1 map advantage, given the fact that they came in from the top side of the bracket. That's BDS on the defensive switch around, and their first set will be the double bars. So here we are. Panic's also bringing the castle. I wonder, is he bringing... he brought impacts. Yes, okay. We heard the impact going off by the bathroom, and there's the second impact as well used up. This is going to be a very extended defense from BDS. They're going to put pressure also inside of the kitchen, so it looks like. And yeah, they're opening up quite a bit of the wall here from A site into the main plaza, and then also having a castle barricade on top of things. This is going to slow down Secret, since even if you win the fight inside of the lobby, you still have to go through all that utility.
Yeah. It's a stall-heavy setup that we're going to see, and it's going to be designed just to wear them down as quickly as you can, which is actually a good change of pace against Team Secret, who are known to be quite fast. Especially when you bring a Jackal and a Lion, you've got Leon Gids on Ash. They can be inside of the site in seconds. Kitchen takes can often work that way. I mean, we saw it from BDS only, or, you know, the second round in, was it? Where RXWD went for the backwards plan. Goodbye, Jonas. Engaged in a fight with Shaiko, and he loses, with Shaiko not taking a single scratch. Those two quarreled back when Shaiko was on B Genius and Jonas was on Penta long ago. Fonkers buzzes on in. He'll get hit with the Yokai and an awful lot of bullets. Leon Gids takes out Panics. Leon Gids is in the middle of the site! No, he's not. It's not a kitchen tick. I thought it was a kitchen tick. I was like, there's no way.
Well, you are very correct. There is no way that he's in the middle of the site.
BDS playing inside a kitchen so hard that I even was convinced that it was not a kitchen site. I was like, a kitchen take. I was like,
see? So I said they are really spreading the butter in this matchup. They just go all the way to kitchen and put so much utility on that side. Rafal grabs the kill on Fonkers. Just leave him behind, and Leon actually, well, now he's in the middle of the site, and he's gonna remain on there, but as dead body.
It was a good read from Leon, but he didn't do the rest of the work, which is figure out if somebody's playing nearby. And you've got Renshiro playing on Cool Vibe stairs. He's gonna hear the barricade break, and he's gonna come in and pay for it, right? That leaves Meepy in a position where BDS will look to reclaim the lead. Both teams have juggled the lead so far. Frag grenade goes down. It's just an area of effect, area denial. Grenade doesn't do anything. Almost unwinnable situation for Meepy, but if Shaiko throws his life away, a little bit of a dance up and down. Meepy's obviously pretty happy about that one.
I got one.
Another frag grenade ready, and he gets destroyed through the wall by Renshiro, who had a monstrous round. Renshiro making his presence felt in that first round of attack, and now first round of defense as well. The Alda has so many bullets that you can destroy that entire wall playing Home Makeover Edition if you really want to on Coastline, and BDS will take the lead yet again. I thought it was a kitchen defense. These are my boomer eyesight's failing me. Those are double bars.
Okay, boomer.
I told you not to say that in public.
Okay, boomer.
I put my glasses on.
How old are you? 57?
59 years old.
You can tell.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, after you started your skin routine, then it kind of doesn't look as bad, but...
I do look far more youthful now that I moisturize.
Yeah, it's like I told you 2 years ago to start moisturizing.
Moisturize.
Here you are.
Mm-hmm.
God, they grow up so fast.
For people that are curious, by the way, because I was just redoing the maps in my notebook. Oh, I saw 4 maps. I was like, oh, that's right. Teams here get an advantage because it's a best of 1 or a best of 5. So they end up getting 1 map in the process. For those that are curious,
Yes.
you're wondering, you're like, what was the score of map 1? Score of map 1 was 7-0.
It's like we have to repeat it all the time.
I mean, to be fair,
Yes.
I don't believe we've done a best of 5 where the top bracket gets advantage.
It was only at OGA. It's like the first time that it actually happened.
We've done best of 5s before where there's been a lower bracket and an upper bracket, and it stands to reason that the team that's in the upper bracket gets some form of advantage,
Yeah.
either 2 best of 3s where the bracket resets, or a best of 5 with a 1 map advantage.
I mean, I'm completely...
6 of one, half a dozen of the other, right? It doesn't really matter which one you want to do.
Sure. Well, here we are. BDS, again.
There's overtime too, keep that in mind.
Yeah.
People forget that this is not a best of 1, so there is overtime. Continue, sorry, you were... I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's okay. I do it all the time, sorry.
This is not true.
Let me have my moment. So there's the drone coming in. The Yokai drone escaping. Rafal pulling it out of the double bars. At least yellow bar here. Sunrise. Meepy wants to walk in. They're waiting for info, and that was just not the play. Renchi keeps on firing down his Fonkers. He's dead. He's lost. And at least the IQ is able to secure the kill on Legion of all operators. A great kill here to have within the first minute of the round. Now Leon has to contest the Maestro in the back, and Farrell is in support. Running the Lion, he's spraying through the back half of the soft wall here. The shield that's just trying to lock down the lobby entrance, but none of the assault will come from there. So Yokai drone spotted, but they're putting so much pressure here onto the IQ as Leon is able to get 1 kill on RXWD, giving the advantage over to Team Secret here in the round. 3v2 as Jonas is on half health.
Now Leon is inside.
Yeah.
Now Leon is inside.
But where's the diffuser? Well, it's a bit further away. Micro cameras will be taken on in the meantime, but Leon almost dying here on the cross. Spot the player dropping down. You need to make sure you don't kill your own teammate, but that's what you do with the reinforcement. The Echo gets 1. Wow, that's actually Shaiko. But their support Shaiko with 2 kills. And now he's on his own. He's playing against Farrell. Lion, does he have any utility? No. 0 E1Ds, but he still has a few stun grenades to use. All of them, actually. Shaco's got a gun, one of the best in the game, and there you go, he finds him. BDS secure the round.
Huge round from Shaiko. Macron versus Johnson.
I know who I'd be rooting for in
That's
that
essentially what that was. Huge round from Shaiko. With how proficient Team Secret was with their entry, with how well they droned and worked together around the EE1Ds, they secured 2 kills very quickly off of the backs of an immediate drone ping EE1D combination that we saw, at least. There could have been more on the other side of the map, but from our perspective, 2 fast kills, and they had Shaiko under their thumb inside a courtyard, but they weren't able to do much with it. Farrell thought that he was going to be able to pinch courtyard. He found that the Echo was playing inside of there. RXWD fell, but then Shaiko rotated on over towards the kitchen doorway, and he was able to take out Jonas. The plant did not go down successfully, and then Shaiko just persevered at the bottom of Cool Vibe stairs, at which point you knew that Shaiko had that location known because of the sounds that the Lion was making. Where do you go in that case if you're Farrell? Well, at that point, you just have to take your fight. It becomes a 50-50. You mentioned it. Don't sleep on the V308, the gun that Lion has at his disposal, but of course, most people are going to take that carbine from Jaeger, and then of course you're not going to ever really lose a fight to Shaiko if you're in a straight 1v1. That was a massive round for BDS. Provide them with momentum that could conceivably carry them through the rest of Coastline, which does happen to be Secret's map. They won it, as we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, 7-1 during the qualifiers against BDS earlier, obviously. Even if BDS loses this map, a much more triumphant finish will be had by them, win or lose, with 5 rounds on the board right now. So,
Razor wire ready. Bog is set.
So things slow down here at the start of the round. Of course, they start off slow, at least usually. And Leon is going to come in. Actually, a lot of damage done to Meepy here. Wonder where that came from. It didn't really hear.
yeah, I think it's the Mozzie.
There you go. There's more fire from the Commando as Nitro Cell will miss. Maybe it did not. It just did a tiny bit of damage on a Meepy here, but worth it here as they drop the buck. Way lower HP. First D1D will get used up just to allow Leon to move on up to the billiards room window here. Just checking. Is there anybody on big window? No, there's just him on the rappel. Leon going in for the drone, and he loses it. Farrell is watching from Aqua's balcony in the meantime. We're going to need to take control of those balconies as BDS were very effective at it. And honestly, Renshiro is just so effective at holding down those angles. And if you're able to get those 1 or 2 entries, maybe you can get, if you get Shaiko and you get one of the
Bomb located by
anchors, then you're good to go for that assault. Leon is going to spray in close to finding that Jaeger, but Shaiko's going to run away. Won't be found anytime soon. Will a repeat? Possibility, but definitely not the wisest of decisions.
I think the story for this matchup is going to be Shaiko and whether or not he can be contained. Leon Gids was not held down at all during most of the qualifiers. As I mentioned, with the fact that he was able to get dozens of kills every single game. If Leon Gids does not heat up, then Fonkers alone, who has been the standout performer so far, will not be able to do all that much. The rest of the team has not really put on the scoreboard the same way. Utility taken apart by Team Secret as we transition to the very final minute of round number 9, with match point on the line for BDS should they prevail. Shaiko's on a flank and there's nobody watching. This is perfect for Shaiko. He gets spotted, he'll take Farrell down, he'll push on in, looks for the second! A huge play by Shaiko, traded off by 2 from Secret. Another for Secret as Fonkers gets in on the action, and Leon Gids is on Shaiko duty. Wait to see if the Jaeger's gonna be able to get through. R4C versus the Carbine, Shaiko wins it with 3 kills. He had 4 just the round prior. What can he do with the diffuser going down? It's a 2v2 in a tense moment as the diffuser will hit a quarter of the way so far. Secret need this round in their pocket, or the mountain they have to climb becomes even steeper. Great patience for the time being. Panix jumps out. Shaiko pushes on in. Panix giving his position away. ADS will eat the smoke. Panix is on 1 HP. He's detected and going nowhere fast. Secret will take the round. Bad luck for Panix and no way for him to get in without being spotted. Still the advantage for BDS, not match point yet. They're going to have to work for it a little harder.
At least if you sit yourself on match point, or a map point in this case, then you know that you at least have the chance to fight things back in overtime. We said this a few rounds ago. We'll say it again.
Will we?
Yes.
Okay.
At least I will.
Say it.
There is overtime. It's not unlimited, but still, there's overtime once you hit 6-6. It's not the usual best of one that you're used to when watching the channel here, which is usually Pro League.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Not the case.
bombs.
We're doing qualifiers. Things
Located
work a
by
bit
attackers.
differently around these parts. But I have to say, Leon opened that round so well, just running down the middle and getting a couple kills off of it. Fonkers also has been playing so well for his team. I'm very impressed by the top two, but it's like Fonkers running away with kills. Leon is getting entries, but when he doesn't get those entries, he fails spectacularly as the role that he kind of puts himself into, which is that spearhead, literal spearhead to every single attack.
Insertion.
I have been exceedingly impressed by Shaco's play. Obviously, it's been a return to form for him. I don't think anybody is surprised by Shaco playing as well as he has. You know, I think you can really look at like the Shaco Revenge Tour, as people called it. We love to call things revenge tours. In NA, you had England's Revenge Tour, you got Jonas's Revenge Tour. People are going to start talking about Goga's Revenge Tour at some point. And there was Shaco's Revenge Tour. Revenge. But can't we all be friends? Anyway.
You're the one that coined it.
I think Sky's actually coined England's Revenge Tour, or Suzaku. Probably Suzaku. Suzaku originates most things in this community. But no, I mean, Shaco is an incredibly talented player who's been bogged down with the events that occurred, and I think a lot of people are skeptical, but if you need further proof that he is the real deal, just watch what he's done since coming back at DreamHack Montreal and onward. The man has been almost unstoppable. If he slows down, BDS are in for some severe difficulties. But Shaco really hasn't been slowed down these qualifiers, very similar to what we've seen out of Leon Gids. So both these teams have their hard carries. In this particular instance, Leon Gids has been contained for the time being.
Honestly, when Shaco doesn't perform up to the usual, the getting, 10 plus kills per game, it's Panics that's able to pick up the torch, and again, Leon is going to try to go for the entry in tandem there with that E1D, but ends up being lost. Feral will find one kill and Renshi with another, and just to try and turn it into a 3v3, it's the IQ that turns in to help, and Sion has to find a kill. Renshi is still down on the floor, and Shaco peeks around at the top of the Cool Vibe stairs, and he takes down a singular player waiting for him. Now, Falker's trying to spray down through the wall. He'll find Rafal to tag down solo on HP. Oh, so close to it, and he hits the headshot. Turns it to a 1v1. Reloads very quickly here on the Jackal. Again, one of the advantages you get with the C7E is that quick pop-pop reload. But the diffuser is so far back, and this is great for Shaco right now. All he has to do is watch that diffuser for the next minute. He has the perfect, most advantageous position for it. Peeks around the corner. You're going to have the advantage for this one, and BDS secure their map point here.
Yeah, no way that Shaco loses that. The secret strategy seemed to be just bull rush both the double bars, try to take site control quickly. Whether you get the plant down or not, who knows. The diffuser was surrendered upstairs in hookah. Not exactly where you want it to be, if we're being completely honest. So, that's tough. It's tough for Team Secret. They now find themselves in match point against BDS. And it honestly has been the Shaco story here. But I think Shaco is overshadowing the performance that Renshiro has been giving. And he's not been playing on roles where you typically assume and somebody's going to necessarily clean up a ton of kills. Sledge on attack, he's not going to be your main entry. Playing Maestro on defense,
Attackers need to locate and
no
defuse
surprise,
as many
Maestro's
bombs
able to
as
get
they
them an inordinate amount of kills. He's 5 behind Shaco right now. Everybody falling in terms of kills with their roles where they need to be. I hate to point fingers, but once again, Leon Gids needs to wake up at some point. Fonkers is trying to keep his team in this. Feral's trying to keep his team in this right now, even though Feral, I think, is leading in terms of deaths, if I remember correctly from what I just saw on the scoreboard. Oh, he's tied with Leon Gids. Thank you, Marcy.
Attackers have discovered
I don't
the
know.
location
Secret
of a
started
bomb.
off really
10
strong and really
seconds
hot,
remaining.
and they seem to be very methodical, but a lot of their plays,
seconds
both on
left.
attack and defense, have been too reckless. too reckless for even Team Secret, because you know they play that reckless style, you know they play that all or nothing kind of style.
Yep.
That is very much the bread and butter of Team Secret.
Or the beans and butter. It's the British.
The beans and toast.
That's awful.
Yeah, British food.
Every time Sternav posts that photo, I just...
British breakfast woat. French breakfast goat, actually. French breakfast is so good. And Italian breakfast.
It depends. Just don't get a French breakfast in France, in the city, because it's awful.
Yeah.
Here we are. That aside, travel tips aside.
This is huge. Right here. Right
This
here.
is it.
This is huge. Leon Gid's opening pick on Shaiko. You know that's a weight off of Secret's shoulders. Not just a mental weight, but also probably very much a physical weight off of most of their shoulders as they all relax sitting inside of their chairs.
Oh, Leon again. Here we go. The A1D not too big of a help, but allowing him still to move in. Renshiro unable to watch 90. Farrell will come in, just bum rushing, and they keep on firing. Leon will find the tree. 3K close to it. 4K for Leon Gods. There's still one more alive, and it's Panic spotted. It's playing Niella. He's got 4 to go through. He goes into security. Leon is looking. He's hungry. He wants the taste of the ace. Who will he be given it? The Fuser is going to get planted, and Leon finds the ace. All 5 down. We call him Leon Gods for a reason. And bum rushing actually worked this time.
BDS said, of course, in French to themselves, all right, match point, we got this. Let's go, guys. And then it's Leon Gids has entered the chat. Leon Gods. Leon Gids has exited the chat. Leon Gods has entered the chat. Now, obviously, a performance like that is, you know, not really translatable to the remainder of the matchup. But 1 or 2 more rounds like that from Leon, whether he gets an ace or not, because obviously an ace is largely unobtainable every single round. But regardless, if you can have Leon do at least 2 or 3 kills in the next round, we're looking at overtime between these teams. And honestly, it really comes down to Shaiko. If you eliminate Shaiko, BDS's chance of winning the round plummets so far, at least with the way that he's played in this matchup. He's clutched 3 rounds so far. 3 rounds of 11. Single-handedly, he clutched it.
But it's the same thing for Secret. If you eliminate Leon early on, then things also go the way of BDS.
Very true.
So it's like, if you take down the spearhead, then the rest can't really function around them. And it's not because they physically or whatever mentally cannot function in the game is who they are, but no, it's just the fact that that spearhead is still alive and is getting all that information from his teammates that allows that player to really perform at that high level. Which is why you're seeing, you know, people like Leon might not be getting the most kills on his team, but getting impactful ones that can save the round or open up the round for his squad. Same goes for Shaiko, who's been performing excellently throughout this game. Farrell as well. If you look at it, been putting down the work, to say the least. And Fonkers up there, I believe is #1 on the team. Currently quite a distance. That's Leon behind him. But here we are. First breaching round is going to get used up. We have to destroy some sort of utility. That's probably one of the Maestro cameras that was set up in blue, or in blue bar. And Fonkers is watching. He's not going to scan any feet anytime soon. He has the smokes, which we've seen smoke operators with smoke grenades so far haven't really been used, have they?
No, not very effective. I think Fonkers tried to smoke out the top of the stairs when it was a hookah defense from BDS, and Panics had to come back in through the hookah door. Oh, Leon.
Oh, no.
Leon. Oh, Leon. Oh, no, Leon.
Oh,
Leon! That's a fight for the ages, and somehow Leon hears it and gets right off as he was droning himself in. A massive start with the opening pick for Secret.
That might actually save this map for Secret.
Well, it's probably going to save the round.
Well, it will at least push them to overtime. That's a huge part of it. It allows Secret to keep fighting. It's not done just yet. BDS are well known for coming back after this. Usually when Shaiko isn't up to tasks, Panics that's able to respond. Leon will take a bit of damage here as the rest of BDS actually eats quite a bit of it. See Renchi, Panics, and RXWD with a around 10 to 15% each. Leon gets now turning around those main stairs as Renshiro will find Fonkers shutting down the second, or the #1 highest fragger on his team here at Secret. Farrell doesn't really know that there's a Mozzie nearby, but should be able to spot him as he moves around the corner. No, he gets it. There's no refrag. Farrell is now close and literally on the kitchen site. Eunice is putting in all of the pressure. There's nobody responding. Do you even know where Feral is? The call-out just did not happen. It's been a while now. Rafael will get one kill, though, of his own. That's Leon Gids. Is there anybody turning around in the kitchen? Can deny it? No. Yokai drone has been spotted. It's one of them. Be able to drop the second one, but it's too far back.
Attackers are activating
And
the bomb
now
diffuser.
you have a Nomad that set up one of her air jabs the moment that Echo tries to come out. Will be dumped on the floor. There you go. And finished off. No, fired upon and very close to dying. Rafael's dead. He's
There you
over
go.
a secret fight again. And they continue in overtime.
What was that? Was that a flawless round previously when Leon Gids got the ace, or was there a single kill from BDS in that
There
round
was
right
singular
there? I
one.
think there was 1 or 2 kills
Yeah.
tops. Really good 2 rounds. And once again, a lot of it comes from alleviating that pressure of taking Shaiko out of the fray really, really early. That's it. Your chances of winning without Shaiko on that squad go down drastically. And you're absolutely right. That Panics is somebody that you need to rely upon to get the kills as well. He's put in a banger of a performance in a number of matches where Shaiko has been overshadowed or has had an off day. Even though it is as rare as it is, you cannot rely on somebody, no matter how good they are, to consistently perform at the level that
Attackers
somebody
need to
like
locate
Shaiko
and
does, as
defuse
talented
many
as he
bombs
may
as
be.
they can.
So it's overtime now, and Secret's going to defend twice. This is their map, so these teams get to pick who wants to
Attackers
do what.
have discovered the location of a bomb.
At worst, both teams will get a crack at defending one time. You see Kitchen for the 3rd round in a row. It was BDS just coming off of defense. The teams split the halves 3-3 each way, so there is no definitive better side.
It really, I guess this was put well into words by Ranger a while ago. The closer the teams are on coastline, the more likely it is to just end up in a tied half.
Yeah.
And I think that we can see it very clearly here.
Thanks, Ranger.
Thank you so much. I mean, with the way that EG has been performing recently, we don't get to say thanks, Ranger, too many times, but here we are.
Reloading! Deploying
So here's BDS at the start of the round, and they might be going for that bummer strategy themselves on a similar style to what Shaiko's been doing the past few rounds, actually, when they've had to attack Kitchen. It's nothing too different. And last time BDS attacked on the year, Secret were able to send Leon upstairs and do work with the Maestro. Unfortunately, it was just not enough. He got shot down and turned that 3-2 advantage into a 2v1 that was a victory for BDS in said round. And there's Leon trying to do work. This is these are new shields. If you haven't really been playing for the past, how long has it been now? 4 months?
3 months, yeah. 3 months, 4 months.
It's a bit over. Since the Raleigh Major. It's been a while.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Turn around the corner. Of course, you can't do any damage there. It's just the X-ray that we can see the players that are in security, or the one player that is in security. Wrencher, in the meantime, opening up as much of the floorboards here. It's all just very good to destroy as much of the floorboards as possible, and there's the strategy we've been talking about when it comes to utility. Bring at least one player with breaching charges. It's a good idea.
Shaiko's been posted up on this window. Not too worried. He's just waiting for the cross. Excellent spot to hold, and you can see that Meepy's not that far out of his sight. Shaiko could be able to get a kill here. Oh, Leon Gids chewing RXWD apart. Watch that bathroom doorway, Leon. There's somebody that's about to emerge from it, and it's Rafael who will pick away, losing the fight for the time being to Leon Gids, who absorbs most of that damage as a 3 armor. He's not exactly the most nimble, but he'll call for help as Fonkers is up now watching 90, very wary of somebody pushing in that direction. Swinging in from a big window, Panics will jump in. Much to his death, Leon Gids is still holding that wall. Farrell guns out Shaiko, pulls out the bailiff. The sledge will win that fight. Fonkers has fallen off. That could have been an easy refrag on Renshiro if the Jaeger had stayed there. Diffusers relinquished on big window. Somebody's going to need to pick it up, because it's a 4v2 for Team Secret. They have not held the lead since round number 3.
Attackers have recovered
It's been
their
BDS in full control of this map. Farrell gets finished off from above. He didn't have very much HP left at all. Rafael still low, and Renshiro is at about 75%. But gun through the wall is Meatbee, and very quickly it's a 2v2. Now Jonas is down. They're throwing this round away, and Secret watching it slip through their fingers as Fonkers, along with the pings, will have to come in for the post plant.
5 seconds remaining.
Rafal immobile. Fonkers needs to outgun 1 or 2 members of this team. He's getting the marks, he sees it, but the diffuser goes down. He misses it by a second.
Compromised.
Where is Renshiro? The sledge is hidden. Round and around they go. Given away, he'll hit a Guma, and this is going to be a major pain for him. Watch to your right. There he is! BDS steals the round from Secret. My goodness! Team Secret must be absolutely deflated after that one, and BDS working very hard to keep it in check. They'll go back to match point.
Secret taking a round out of the G2 playbook.
Oh no.
You got to take some strats every now and then, even if they're negative ones. Here we are. That was just beautiful. Honestly, had the Jaeger stayed upstairs for just that extra second,
Yep.
before he fell off, I'm not sure why Leon pulled out the Bailiff. He still had a lot of ammo, if I remember correctly, in his LMG.
He did not need to peek that.
No, there was no reason to. You already had support. There was somebody watching. Literally the only spot you could have gotten shot from at a different angle, which is from the bathroom. Otherwise, there was no reason for you to move out of that position close to the bed.
Attackers need to locate and
You were
defuse
fine by the
bomb.
wardrobe. Stay there. And it just, in the excitement, fell off and got shot down. Well, here we are now. It's BDS that can close out this map and tie it in total 1-1, or it's Secret that can fight back to live another round.
I am absolutely deflated if I am Secret after that round. There was very minimal excuse for that to go as poorly as it went. And yet it did. And yet it did.
This is the unpredictability that we talked about in this matchup specifically, but in general, this is the case. When you're talking about teams at the top, highest level of play,
5 seconds to
this
go.
is what you'd expect. And Secret might not have been in Pro League for a couple of seasons now, and BDS might have just joined PL, but these are teams with a lot of pedigree at this point, have a ton of experience internationally, offline event, online, whatever it may be. They know what they're doing, and they're going to fight for every inch of it. An invitation, even just playing groups at Invitational 2020 is a
Bomb located by
career-making
attackers.
move. That's what's at stake. There's a lot of money on the line, but also a possible
Attackers have
jump
located
start
a
to your
bomb.
career. Shaiko will be the first one jump-starting the kills for this round. It's Feral shot down on Nomad.
Secret was absent from the Invitational earlier this year, were they not?
They played at the
They made
major.
it in Raleigh. They made
They
it
played
Final
very
Four in Raleigh, and they made it Final Four at Paris. So they're just a major team. That's how it works, right? Not the Invitationals necessarily.
Okay, Reddit.
What? I'm an analyst, Reddit analysis.
I think that's the level of
Attackers drop the diffuser.
intelligence
Oh my.
we're looking for. RX will find another one, and that's a Nitro cell. As Jonas is going to be able to land one of his own, but it's unfortunate the Nitro had already been used, and there's Fonkers with one more on Shaiko.
Okay, you've taken 2 members that are playing off-site off of the board. And you've swung this back in your direction, and now you have another lead. Bonkers looking to make it a 3v1. With Panics on the stairs, cool vibes. Leon Gids in hot pursuit. They know that they've got one pinged, at least for the time being. Somewhat pinned, but there's a sea of barbed wire that will confront Leon Gids, lest he use some utility to blow it wide open. The dock is spotted on drone, and Leon Gids knows he's about to get pushed from over towards security. Trying to draw out the smoke is done perfectly by Fonkers, but there's nobody there to trade.
Attackers have dropped.
Oh, no!
Goodness gracious, Jonas, where are you going to go? And the dock has been magically disappeared from the radar of Leon Gids. In a 1v2, he's going to have to make some magic happen, or else we'll find ourselves in a 1-1 scoreline. He barrels on through, but he flashes himself, and BDS take map number 1. It takes 14 rounds. But that advantage that was had by Secret evaporated. Clubhouse is up next.
It's so odd. Since the last time these two teams played, 2 days ago, this isn't like 2 weeks, a month ago, you know. No. Literally 2 days ago. This was a 7-1 victory for Secret. They absolutely wiped the floor with BDS. And here it takes Renshiro and Shaiko 16 kills each which is huge, as well as performance from the rest of the team to claw it back from Secret.
Yeah.
It was very close.
There were a number of rounds where Secret had full control, and they choked it. The 1v3 against Shaiko, if I remember correctly, there was one point where BDS won a 2v4 as well. Those last two rounds both looked. At the start of the very final round, round 14, it looked like BDS had it, swung back very quickly in Secret's favor, and they should have been able to hold it from there. I think the way that Secret is playing right now is just they're too concerned and too focused on winning, and they're letting it get to them. I get it that Secret's whole strategy is to be as quick as possible. Get in the building, get a couple kills. That's the way that you play things. Understandable. But you're going to have to slow it down. You have to slow it down. There are too many times where you gave away free kills, or you gave away excellent retakes, you gave away post plants because either maybe crowded comms, maybe haste, hubris, who knows what it is. It comes very close. You managed to storm back because Leon Gids heats up. But there were too many mistakes that Secret made. Secret committed far more mistakes than BDS did, if I'm looking at this game objectively.
Yep.
I'm not going to be the type of person that says that BDS didn't deserve it, because they absolutely did. When you qualify, or not qualify, when you capitalize on the mistakes that are committed by your opponents, then you are absolutely worthy of taking that round. But Secret should not have been presenting those mistakes. They haven't made anywhere near as many mistakes as they made in this map that they have in most of the other maps against M&M, against G2, against Fours, and against BDS. Secret are going to have to cool it, maybe take a step back, refocus. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know if they're going to do it. But we find often that when teams go into a rematch, the team that lost the first time is able to win the second time. BDS so far are proving that correctly, even though Secret come in with a one-map advantage. So Clubhouse is going to be very interesting because it's BDS's map.
I don't know. It's just so frustrating. It must be so frustrating for Secret right now. Like, we had it. We had the advantage, and every single time we messed it up in the same way. There's something you missed. We got 2-3 kills, like something like this, where Leon gets all of these kills, and the round is saved. Secret are able to fight back. There was no way that he should have been able to get that ace. People are doubling up against him. The fact that he even got the kill on Shaiko here meant that, okay, they're coming back, they're finding the openings, and they're shutting down BDS. How many times in this map have we suddenly looked at the screen and saw, oh, Secret are just already in the site. What's happening? And it's just BDS were never expecting it, but it's just Secret that lose that advantage. Something like this, you know, Funkers was close to bringing it back, but it was all off of Secret giving away the advantage, the two-player advantage that they had in that round.
Yeah.
I don't know how to recover from that mentally.
2v3s and 2v4s are deceptive because if you have good coverage as a defense, you know that you can still possibly win. One of the biggest shining examples for the average player is go back and watch old Oregon matches when it's a 2v4, defenders having 2, attackers having 4 on an Oregon Kids defense. The 2 in that 2v4, because of the fact that there's so few soft walls, there's not a lot of vertical pressure, where you're going to have to entry through with either hard destruction or soft destruction in order to get that diffuser down, it's very easy for the defense to be able to hold that one off. And Coastline can function similarly. You open up a lot of walls, you play tight angles, there's not a lot of ways for the attackers to entry because most of the sites don't have hatches that you can drop through. It's very challenging because a lot of them also don't have windows or doors that you can just easily get in through. It's very easy for the defense to hang on. But Secret choked it on attack and on defense. Doesn't really matter. And that's the story of that matchup. Is that going to carry on as we now get ready for Clubhouse? As Secret's logo has entirely disappeared in this darkened background. But it's there, up against BDS. This is BDS's map. This is going to be far more structured than Coastline. Coastline is a very frag-heavy map. Expect the unexpected on Coastline. Clubhouse, you can do freaky stuff as well. You ban both hard breachers, totally different ball game than if, say, you do this, which is you ban a Capitao. Secret's going to be starting on defense for the second map in a row. They banned Cap on Coastline, they're going to ban cap on Clubhouse as well.
What second? Is it going to be just the Maverick? It'll be expecting that?
I suspect it'll be a Maverick. They're not
Go
going
for
to
the
ban
Tatsu too.
They're not going to ban a Hibana.
Maverick, there you go.
Not with Shaiko the way that he plays it. Not
Right.
with the fact that you're going to need double hard breach. RXWD will likely be Thermite. Shaiko will play Hibana most rounds. That would be my guess.
You'll probably see that, and then somebody will be playing the Thatcher. That'll probably be something that Renshiro will do.
Yeah.
Expecting him. L85 holding angles after he's done his job. That's usually what goes on with BDS. Nothing too surprising there. Echo being the first operator banned off of the defense. You're expecting the Goyo or the Mira to be removed here.
If Mira stays in, this becomes a much more interesting map. And I
Yeah.
don't know if Secret's going to ban a Goyo again.
Yeah, Goyo
There
ban
you
again.
go. So we are going to see a Clubhouse with Mira available, which is exceedingly rare.
Yes.
Very, very rare. And will fundamentally change a couple ways that you can play both the basement site and then, honestly, cache CCTV.
So here's the thing. Secret, last time they played this map in competitive play, was against Fours, who unfortunately are out of the running in this tournament. Of course, these are the two teams that still can qualify for Invitational from these qualifiers. And it was an 8-6 victory for Secret against Fours. It was the same thing as Coastline in the previous map. 3-3 at the half. 6-6 as well, going to overtime, and then Secret were able to win one attack and one defense. So it worked out for him there, but the operator bans included the Mira. Force's operator bans are very predictable, not as much for BDS. They are much more flexible when it comes to that. You can kind of predict that, hey, they'll probably not ban a Habana. Not anymore.
Right.
But that's pretty much the only thing that you can reliably use, right? Otherwise, it's up in the air. BDS, definitely a mixture of players with a ton of Pro League experience in the past, and they have made it into Pro League for this season, actually beating out teams like Secret in Challenger League to make it through. I'll remind you that the last two Pro League finals had two teams that came in from Challenger League, winning in their national championship, going into Challenger League, winning that, going into Pro League, and then making it to Pro League finals as number ones from the region in EU, and winning the entire tournament, of course, Empire and Na'Vi. So maybe something that we would see from BDS. Who knows? Here we are in round number 1 in this second, or technically third map in this series. We're tied 1-1, and Renshiro, as again, will be the opening
Exact same.
killer the same way on Leon,
Exact same.
and gets Leon through a window. It's just,
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
very true, my friend.
Literally exactly what happened on Coast.
Genuinely the same thing. But here we are.
Sensor activated.
A tiny bit slower this time.
Yeah. Gonna put some pressure, though, onto the lounge and on Garage. Shaiko wasted no time to use up his X-Kairos to enter in. Of course, with the Jaeger taken out, we don't have to deal with him, so the firepower is removed. There's one EMP. As I said, Renshiro will probably be playing Thatcher, and no, wrong wall.
Feral missing that's a very large blunder, and something that at this level should not really be happening unless there was a lot of sound or crowded comms there, because it's very distinct, and it wasn't even close to really being the middle either. So 2 kills in a row for BDS to start this off. On Clubhouse, their map, they are in the driver's seat for round number 1. Shaiko doesn't need to do too much. He can just sit and watch Lounge. Be able to get Jonas if Jonas peaks a little early. Gunning down RXWD, and well, he's got Shaiko waiting very patiently for him. There he is, a beautiful shot with 1 left on the board for Secret, as BDS have no problem with this round. C4 goes out, will not connect because Rafal pushes on in. First round goes to BDS on their map.
Very effective, and an exact repeat of what we had at first round of Coastline. In pretty much every single way, actually. So BDS were very effective at opening up the wall, breaching into the servers, going in and attempting the plant. It was pretty much done and dusted by that point. Pressed by the Maestro play to just come in from below, but that's why you saw Shaiko holding on to the main doorway since literally second one. The instant he opened up the wall to enter into garage for his teammates, he immediately went to hold on to that singular angle on the main doorway, and he looked down lounge. He might not have gotten the maestro before he lost his teammate, but he was at least able to get the refrag, and that's something that is pretty huge. Definitely stopped that huge fragging operator. I know we call him an anchor, but at this point, what can Maestro not do? He was at least taken out, and that's a...
You can't be a 3-speed.
You could go to the gym. I went down from a 1-speed to a 2-speed. So at least on the way.
When you say the other way, you were like...
It was a one
went
speed.
from like a 5 armor to a 3 armor.
10 seconds to insertion.
Come on, you look good. You look good.
5
Who
seconds
cares?
left.
Who cares that it looked like you were wearing 3 rook armor before?
Attackers
Now it looks like
moving
you're
out
not
to
even
locate a
wearing
bomb
any.
and defuse it.
I don't know whether to love or hate you.
Camera feed up and running.
To be
It's the
honest.
rare compliment. No one ever sees it coming.
That's actually very true.
Community vote still says 58 to 42, so only 100% of you voted instead of 103% this time around. We did it.
I thought you were more passionate than that.
We tightened it up. It went from 70 to 33. 58 to 42. You still believe in Team Secret. Even though the next 3 maps are BDS, Secret, BDS.
It's probably the
Time to make a new door.
UK massive team, as they call it.
Stop saying UK massive. Oh my goodness.
I hate it so much. But it's
Every time Secret or
I think-
Eminem would play, we think UK massive.
Yeah, honestly. It's like Demo created all the accounts that voted on...
Your economy won't be
Secret
after Brexit. Okay?
How did that get there?
UK massive.
Okay, comrade. So, RX is in, and Leon has already been shot down. That usually spells disaster for Team Secret. And RX is in. He's going to check the stock room. He's got Skeleton Key to use as well.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Big advantage. He drones on into
Attackers have recovered their
the lounge, and he doesn't spot anybody just yet. Knows there's somebody above. He's not too worried about that. Grenade's going to be primed.
Going dark.
Rafael goes in. Is the cut in place? So Meepy can indeed ruin. No, he can't.
Oh no,
He can't.
Jonas.
No, he's shot. He's dead. Big advantage now for BDS, even with Shaiko solo on health. The Pharaoh coming in on the flank.
Maybe spots Shaiko. Didn't have much HP left, so it wasn't too challenging of a kill for him. One part of that slug, despite it doing so much damage, grazing any part of the body, and Shaiko's dead. You're right, that is a massive advantage. Frag grenade sails out. Oh my goodness, the bounce, and it'll find Fonkers. Sure didn't look like that's where it was going.
Swapping mag.
Secret have vacated the site with the exception of Meepy, and it is not working out well for them at all. Farrell takes damage inside a lounge. He's gonna spotted from panics. He's gone. Meepy finds 2.
located a bomb.
Just chugging along. But Renshiro at the same position where Meepy was last time. That's 2 in a row for BDS. On attack, on Clubhouse, with lots of tools at their disposal. Maestro is unbanned. Mira is unbanned if we want to see her, though we may not. Secret need to find something very quickly because all of their momentum is drying up.
Yeah, and this is defense on Clubhouse. Literally the second most defense-sided map in the pool, and that's not too far away from Villa.
Yeah.
So, at least in average. I know you might see some games where like, wow, the attackers won all the rounds on Villa, and then the other team did the same thing.
Attackers
How
have
does
to
that
locate and
happen?
defuse bomb.
Who knows?
What the?
What in tarnation?
What in tarnation?
But already, 2 rounds on Clubhouse is a good start, especially since both were on server, which is usually the side that it's a bit more complicated to deal with. For the attackers, it's just been so effective every single time. BDS come in, they do the work from below. They have the Habana, they have the Buck that are kind of in support. They open up the wall with no problems, get 1 entry kill, maybe the second afterwards. And even if you trade off 1 kill, it's not gonna be enough. It's too late at that point. You've
5
lost the
seconds
wall,
insertion.
you've lost 2 players. there's not much to redeem yourself at the end of it.
Attackers must locate and
That's it.
defuse a bomb.
Farrell's going to be able to find a vault up here, and he'll throw the camera in a good spot. This is something that'll allow Secret to see anybody walking down that blue hallway going up to the, well, blue itself, the engine room itself, generator room, as they say.
Test active, ready to engage.
Jen.
Jennifer, no. Wrong person.
Jennifer. Something like that. Oh, wrong Jen. Got it.
So, Shaiko's watching still from the outside. They want to push any of the defenders that are still inside of this strip club here into the welcoming arms of the Habana. Feed more kills into the machine. And oh, there's the Valkyrie spotted. You're going to have to fall back, but all those angles are crushed and held and taken. Farrell runs in, and oh no, wrong moment there for the Habana for Shaiko, but at least does some damage to Farrell. Farrell's pretty much KO'd at this point, but no, he actually runs all the way back down. This is wasting so much time off of BDS, and they realize that their fight has been lost. They're going to need to start working on those hatches, especially kitchen, but they have not dealt with Fonkers. This is actually pretty big right now. He could come down and do the work
Bomb
from
located by
above.
attackers.
Actually, yeah, he's still up in the gym. He'll drop down. He doesn't find anybody just yet. Everybody's kind of focused on the freezer here just outside of kitchen BDS. And no, Shaiko comes around. There's the drone that's probably somewhere here giving out the information. Leon will be forced to rotate back. No! He finds Panics. They open up the drop here into dirt, and Panics will be lost. That's the sledge out. No grenades that can be used. At least force a rotation from Renshiro to fight the good fight here. This is just a ton of wasted time for BDS.
BDS have been clobbering Secret so far in opening picks. And I think that's been telling an awful lot of the story, is the way that Secret is playing. A lot of times they'll lose the opening pick, and then they'll reclaim it, or at least not reclaim the opening pick. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
That was a nice shot from Leon, but you can't really do much when you're in that position.
I don't know why you'd be there. Maybe just because no one really expects you there.
Yeah,
I get it. Shaiko's going to be forced out here, but the drop's already happened by the kitchen hatch. Now RX will find the last two on Farrell and Meepy as BDS yet again recover the round. Doesn't matter even when Secret have an equal amount of players. It's just the fragging game. You realize, okay, we might not have the utility to push into this, but we can win the gunfights. And I think it's definitely showing right now. BDS are bringing it. And 3 rounds on the attack on Club is a really good start.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to the days of casting this matchup where a 4-2 for the defenders was the norm.
Yeah.
A 5-1 was good, and a 6-0 was not unprecedented, even though...
Rare, but still.
It was very rare, but it was definitely doable if you could hold Jim.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
It's a really rough spot for Secret to be in, though. I don't know at which point you break the glass, because the scoreboard right now, not just the fact is it a 3-0, but you have 5 kills over 3 rounds. You've lost the opening kill every time. You've been the opening death. Your star players, who you are expecting to kill everything, have gone largely quiet after they showed up at the tail end of map number 1. It's not great. It is not great if you are
5 seconds to
if
insert.
you are a fan of Secret right now. And I say that because you got Bank up next, which is a map that you tend to be quite good on. It is Secret's map pick. But as I said, Secret already got their first map, quote unquote, because they're in the winner's bracket. They were gifted 1 map. They have not actually won one yet, so it's not like they had some form of success.
They got that map off of coming in from the top bracket. Reminder, they beat BDS
Yeah.
2 days ago. We'll keep reminding.
2-0.
They manhandled BDS in that matchup, and you're like, okay, they're looking good. It's a rematch. Secret have an advantage. They might drop 1 map, but that's okay. They still have advantages throughout. You get 2 wins, and then you're good to go. Book your tickets onto the Invitational. Not the case from what we're seeing, because it was in overtime that Secret lost Coastline, but it seems like even in regulation here on a Clubhouse, their defense is just very shaky, and I wonder how things will be once we switch sides, because Shaiko shows up even more on defense somehow than what you see him doing right now. So I'm afraid if I'm Secret.
EMP incoming.
So here's a flashbang there that hit the top of the head of the Habana, but Shaiko will be able to do the work. He's trying to open up the mirror window, and indeed he'll be successful in at least putting down a 6 Kairos. There's one that was very oddly placed, and Shaiko still wins the gunfight. How did that even happen? Yuna's missing the shot, and Renshiro is fine one as well. Oh, the mirror missing pretty much everything here is Leon. Shot down by Panics. How does this happen on all the windows? There's 2 left. Mipi is up, and he's going to be able to drop one. The smoke shows up, and it will hit Rafal and take him up. It's a 4v2. The smoke's so low on health. The grenade might be enough to finish him off, but no. Mipi's survive was just a tiny bit longer as he throws that one smoke. He's going in for the shotgun gunfight here. Still has 1 more canister left. Barrel's in support. He has an angle here to help out his teammate, but no. Mipi just forgets that RX would be in the showers. Farrell will get 1 kill on Shaiko, but it's still Panics. Is he on the floor? No, he's just still low on
Panics has been
HP.
down. Panics has been down. He's bleeding out inside of Cash.
Oh, the reinforced wall. Nitro Cell comes out. Farrell does not connect. Perfectly done.
Gets Renshiro off the plant, though.
Perfect here. Just waste a bit of time, but there's 38 seconds left. You can go for it. Farrell needs an odd angle here to play. You know where he's supposed to be. RX is dropped, but Farrell might not know about this. And there's the play. Renshiro drops down the hatch. VP gets the finisher on Panics, as Panics was already down before. And Farrell will start to deal with the diffuser. He's going to try to stick it. 3 seconds left. He needs to go for the gunfight. Gets off of it. But Renshi finds the shot through. The gym weights themselves. He is, as usual, putting the team on his back when it comes to these sorts of rounds. And BDS at 4-0 on their attack on Clubhouse.
Very, very bad right now for Secret. Secret pushed the Capital ban. It didn't really affect BDS all that much on Coastline, and it's certainly not affecting BDS at all here either. If you're going to play on a cash defense, where are you going to situate yourself? Likely inside of the garage. Who's super strong there? Anybody who's playing when Capital is off the board. But when BDS attacked cash twice, they completely worked around it. They just made a gym take without any smokes. No area denial. They just simply pushed in through jacuzzi wall, took control of bathroom, won their 1v1s, and you had some weird plays from Secret playing offsite. Leon took an engagement that I don't think he should have taken over by construction, then into cash. On the window, he's going to go back onto the Mira. I'm not sure how I feel about what Secret's doing to answer this. They're just staying the course, which I'm assuming is Helby's hand on the tiller, their coach, saying just stick with it, just stick with it. But at what point do you just smash everything and you go for one of the strats that you have that clearly Team Secret has more than what they have now? Team Secret have more strats than this. They're not saving strats. They're not G2.
G2 have been saving strats for Invitational 2021.
They're getting ahead of the game.
We're playing a long game. Very long game.
In the end game now.
Yeah. Well, right now, they're Secret are the goalkeepers. They're really dropping their chances in this one. And you might think, yeah, they can recover from map to map, you know, recover mentally and physically from it. Fair enough, but the amount of effort that you need to do, you have those 5 to 10 minutes break between those maps. It's a small amount of time. You have to get back in. There's barely enough to kind of get your bathroom break and then get back into game. It just takes so much time, and rare are the teams that can recover mentally from stuff like this, online or on land. But right now, BDS are repeating the same strategy as before. And in this case, Secret lost that round because the plant could go down behind the reinforcement. But they opt to keep the reinforcement in the same spot that it was before and not completely remove it. I get that, But when you have the Mira and you're playing around strong points, maybe the best way is to open up that site and be able to fight against it without giving BDS the opportunity to plant safely.
EMP goes off, and it looks like they might be able to take out this mirror window here as there's some stunning going on, but Fonkers using the one wall that's opened up, and Jacuzzi will deal some big damage. 5 rounds in a row for BDS to get the opening pick. Very big challenge to overcome. Rafal gets felled, Shaiko's taking some damage, and RXD is low as well. This is still very much winnable for Secret. They've got lots of time on the clock. Poor timing for Panics as he pulls out the frag grenade. Could have had a clean kill on Leon, who will answer back. Advantage will swing in Team Secret's favor. They have not had a top fragging round just yet, but at some point, UK Massive is going to have to show up.
What is that way of saying it? I've never heard that. There you go, Demo, you got your spotlight at this point. RX is firing down, but they're unable to find the kill. It's Leon that hits Renshiro and eliminates him. Off to Shaiko and RX. Zofia solo on HP. Shaiko will be able to recover 1 kill, taking out Fonkers. There's still 3 more to go. And the Mira will keep on firing through. Shaiko turns around the corner. The Jaeger presents himself. And Eunice actually wins the gunfight off of the fast repeat. There's Meepy to finish off RXWD, and the round finally won by Secret. Some people might call it too little too late. The Zofia was trying to recover there. She might have won the entire round off of having 1 HP. We see that happen so many times, literally every single game. Such a broken mechanic, what some people would say.
I was waiting for the bikini body tweet.
Oh, that's basically it.
To come out at that point.
Yes.
That's a conversation for another day. You know that Bikini Body and I developed this game. We are the head developers now, according to the Brain Trust on Twitter.
And Kix and I balance it. King George is the playtester. That explains a lot, actually.
Well, you just got that. All right, let's give credit where credit is due there from Secret. The dam held, the levee held on that Jacuzzi wall. They took fights, they won it. You saw a calamity of errors come out from BDS. Shaiko lost his 1v1. That was a very rare occurrence. Panics lost his 1v1 because he had a frag grenade in hand. If he had his gun out, Leon Gids is almost certainly dead at that point. Those mistakes on both sides. BDS lost 2 gunfights that could have completely changed the momentum in the entire round. They did get the opening pick, though. Once again, they are dominating in terms of kills. They're dominating in terms of objective as well. And they have not really looked like they've been slowed down at all. Final defense for Team Secret will be on Church. Are we going to see one of those weird clubhouses where the attackers just win all the time?
10 seconds.
We'll find out.
So stick around for that, ladies and gentlemen. I know we all love seeing miracles. But
Attackers must locate and defuse
hey,
the
we are at
bomb.
that time of year, right?
Active, ready to engage.
Maybe more water will be turned into sparkling wine.
Camera in position.
It's only called depression when it comes from that specific region in France, otherwise called existential crisis.
Dirt opened up. Will Leon Gids be completely prone presenting himself? As he was in a... it was a very seductive boat that he was in.
As Leon is usually.
It's his operator, not Leon himself. I'm talking about the wonky way that you look when you're on your back.
Yeah.
We can push forward.
It was like
Where is this going?
no. It's the character models.
I
I'm talking
get
about
it.
the character models. Don't
Okay,
take
fair.
it weird. Don't make it weird.
I didn't.
Talking about the
Just
character
making
models.
sure.
EMP incoming.
And Cheryl's gonna need to dislodge the electric claw, and there it goes.
Ah, there we go. Get shot from above.
Fonkers eliminating Shaiko's a huge opening pick, the very first one for Secret. And man, oh man, not only is that Shaiko, but it's also a hard breacher. This is going to be challenging. Smoke goes out, and RXWD will see it bounce off the shield. You see it backs on up. The Montaigne's push inside of dirt will be stalled. So you're not going to have to deal with that pesky critter.
This is just a problem with the droning, really. You're not expecting anybody to be upstairs, and just because Clubhouse is a fairly large map, so droning it completely is difficult. And there you see the Electroclaw coming out from the Leon playing it in this case.
Bomb located by attackers.
Possession, at least you have the angle through them. If you're Secret, Leon will be walking in and find the headshot on Renshiro, eliminating the Legion. He gets a glue mine in the foot, but that's a pretty huge pick there for Secret. At least to the first third of the round. It forces Rafal actually so close inside of the servers, also having Shaiko playing the Jaeger here in support. You see the shield that's giving him info. This was a change from the previous round because Shaiko found himself a bit too cornered. He wasn't really able to maneuver himself and prepare himself to fight the gunfight against the player that's on this rappel. In this case, Fonkers, a bit more difficult to play on the Buck compared to the Zofia, but still, it's definitely an advantageous position, and a grenade can just spell disaster, something Zofia can easily do as well, and you'll see the dispatch coming out. There you go. It's all done.
Equalizing from Rafal, gunning down Feral, and Shaiko's still in a powerful position as well. Playing with that shield, he's got a lot working in his disposal, but the shield's been removed, so he's going to have to play a little bit more conservatively. Instead, he'll wait for a call very simply onto the breach hole that's been opened up. Panics as well with control of the bottom of red. A beautiful shot from Shaiko will give an advantage in favor of BDS, as Secret are looking to tie up this game despite a rough start. 50 seconds left, and the floor will be completely shredded over by Rafal. Shaiko looking over for just a second and then looks away. He's still patrolling over by Garage. Jonas not daring to move from the rappel outside. There's stall potential now for Team Secret as they are being a little bit too passive on this one. Waiting for Fonkers to rotate and where he'll go. Trying to burn out an ADS. Frag grenade gets tossed in. It does not find its target. It's been an executive call now from BDS to completely evacuate. Shaiko's going to get spotted for a second. Fonkers takes out Rafal, and Shaiko comes back in. He'll go for a second time. 2 for Jonas, watching the breach, and Amipi will clean up, and we're all tied up with Diffuser going down. That happened real fast, in a hurry. Secret, 2 rounds on attack, 2 objectives, and they'll have the 2 rounds as well.
You didn't have any nitro cells to save yourself in that round. The smoke was your best bet, but unfortunately it's a bit too off. And yeah, Secret recover. It's a 4-4 now. They've been able to win 2 rounds on their defense and now 2 rounds on their attack. Are we going to flip the whole map on its head? And we're going to start calling Clubhouse and attack our favorite map? Not just yet, but it does seem that both teams are able to find those holes in the defense very easily. And when they do, they break them down. One thing that has been, I don't know, a running system, I guess, so far, has been the fact that that server wall has been opened up pretty much every single time. There was just never an attempt to block it off completely. You had the Cloud plus Bandit combination that was brought out a couple times to both teams, but nothing really came out of it. And I'm kind of curious why that's the case. In general, you kind of see like teams have kind of given up on fighting against that breach. It's kind of like, okay, we're going to lose it at some point. But you're not burning enough time. Also, you lost the catwalk, you lost one of the players if you're BDS in the previous round. Like, you get a refrag, but the attackers just have so much space to maneuver around you because you're caught and cornered very easily when you play cash. And usually it's going to be that server take and assault, so you're cornered. It's not great. You bring the shield, it's just shot down instantly. It's a hard knock life if you're a defender on servers.
I'm impressed with the way that Jonas has come alive here in this matchup on Hibana. Playing utility, obviously not quite at the level of Shaiko yet. Jonas also has a lot of rust to shake off, let's be honest.
That's very true.
He hasn't played competitive Rainbow Six for 6 months or so. He comes back to help Team Secret. I don't know. I have a soft spot for Jonas. It'd be nice to see him stick around and continue to be an active player, though. I selfishly want him on a desk.
I know.
I
know you do.
Bring the man to a desk. Put Jonas, hashtag Jonas on a desk. So.
We're not saying we literally want him to be sitting on a desk.
He doesn't even need to say anything.
Just be there.
Yeah, be there. Be present.
It's like me on a desk, pretty much. You don't even need to say anything. Just be present.
Going live.
So, the church defense that came out from Secret prior. Shaiko died, and everything went really well in favor of Secret. Same thing cannot be said for the Hibana so far of Jonas. So, I just don't understand that. It's got to mean something in Finnish.
I wouldn't know.
The Rally Man.
You would have.
After he left G2, he changed his name on
Yes.
Twitter to like Mega Death Lover 666, and now it's just Rally Man. Hilarious.
Yeah, he is.
So, this is very standard stuff from Team Secret so far. What do I mean when I say standard? Well, soft destruction is going to happen up top. Funkers has one left, and he's got to be very careful about this.
Oh, it didn't completely open.
I mean, I think he got as much of it as he needed to. Tons of Reno work upstairs. You take away the control from the defenders, who now need to be very wary of where they sit. But you still got Shaiko on the field, so this is far from over. And he'll clean up on the Leon kids. Jonas is there to take out Renshiro as Fonkers falls to Rafael. So, still an advantage that BDS will hold. Trapped inside of blue for the time being. Jonas doesn't see Shaiko. I don't know if he's aware of where he just got smoked off of the earth. Shaiko spotted by Feral. He'll clean up onto two. Into a 2v2 very quickly. Kaid behind the bar will make an awful lot of noise. Feral with 3 kills, and Meepy knows that he can go for a plant. However, it's going to be against a soft wall. Rafael's got reinforcements that he'll have to go around. Gunning down the Thatcher. You don't even need to get the kill at this point. Meepy pops up. Got clutch from Rafael. Beautiful play. Says no thank you. Tons of time to reload. Feral with the blind spot, and Meepy cannot win the fight. BDS will regain their lead on a very impressive hold in the latter part of that round.
Was it the Buck that just got the plant?
Bomb diffuser
No, it was
disabled by
Meepy.
defenders.
It's the
Defender
Meepy
mission
plant in the
successful.
corner, the thermite.
Well, I don't know why he moved out of, behind the black box. You can use the slit in between and on top as well to shoot through. This is something I've had this conversation so many times with Kicks. Is like, please, just use it. Why? It wasn't worth it going for the gunfight, peeking around the corner, and showing your entire body when you weren't really sure where the Maestro was. You knew he was in blue, not exactly where he was peeking from.
Sure.
I have to question that decision, as it is kind of what we do, right? But still, the round is awarded and won by BDS, awarded to them.
Defenders, protect your
Now
bombs.
5-4 now, as BDS will go for that gym defense. We'll see, they might change it up compared to what Secret were doing, as they had the singular reinforcement in gym, opening up one rotation hole, or two actually, because they had one on each side, having the feet level holes that have been opened up so you can fire against them. But right now BDS will go for a completely open bottom floor, or bottom of the wall here in gym, and they'll have 2 rotation holes that are set around it. This is something that works very well against teams that rely heavily on holding on to gym and planting there
5
without
seconds left before insertion.
taking control of construction. Construction is the big deal for this one, and you'll see BDS putting in a lot of effort, a lot of utility in their setup, at least into cache. Once you really cement yourself into cache, you put the manpower there, then it's going to allow you to deny plants very easily. You might get locked out, but if the entire assault is geared towards Jacuzzi and Gym, then you'll be fine.
Yeah. Construction is always one of the most important parts of this map. Even on church takes, construction still needs to be cleaned out quickly. And you've seen a lot of North American teams that have roamed up top in cache and construction, holding down Master. So it's a very pivotal part of this entire map.
Oh, so beautiful.
Excellent play from Panix there. And a bit of a slip up from Leon to not go for a second stun as well.
He wasn't expecting the bandit to just run in at the last second. This is why you see the utility being played in here. There's no Mira that's in play for BDS, although they have Renshiro that would be an excellent Mira in this case, and we've seen him historically in the past. But still, you're trying to kill as much utility as humanly possible off of Secret, and right now, using a bit of it. You'll see the Maestro camera that was just spotted. So it was active for just a moment there in gym. Sitting right by the bomb chassis. Yunus will pop around, and he'll be popped in the head. Shaiko wins the gunfight as he takes down Yunus. Fonkers putting a lot of pressure, though, coming in from the main staircase. The Meister's looking the wrong way. He's unsure of where his opponents will be coming from. He's sitting inside of the bedroom. Can anybody support the Maestro in this case? Definitely aids Secret in their
crusade now to enter into gym. BP is waiting around for it. At least the wall's opened up, but nobody's even fighting Falkers. Things kind of slow down for a minute now.
It's the control they need with Leon knocking on the door. 50 seconds to go, roughly, for him to get in. He'll find Renshiro, looking to tie it up yet again. These two teams cannot shake each other whatsoever, even though it was a disastrous start for Team Secret. Rafal through the window onto Farrell. That must have been called out as we see some more bandit tricking going down, trying to prevent entry into the bathroom. Panics being there. Fonkers, who's been very quiet this game, will add one to the scoreboard onto Rafal. Panics falls too, so Shaiko's called into active duty. Through the weights, trying to pick away, but it's a shutout. A huge round from Fonkers. Bonkers, etc. You know what to say. Anywho. 5-5.
It was held. They had construction the whole round, but it didn't matter at the end because Fonkers happened. The entire time he pressured those main stairs, there was no way for BDS to answer. And unfortunately, BDS were just the whole time waiting, like, okay, they will plant at some point, but Secret were planning on it. They realized they saw that wall and how it had been opened from between gym and bedroom, and they said, okay, if we go in and plant right now, we would be falling directly into that trap. The Muta dropped down. He had the nitro cell that he could use. The whole thing was prepared for them to plant. So what did Secret do? They don't. They don't plant. They just rush the Ash in and find the last 2 kills. And what was BDS doing in the meantime? They were preoccupied waiting for the singular player to go in and plant and deny him there. They kept trying to execute the strategy. Just fair, you stick to the plan. But it was so smart from Secret to realize what the plan was and then counterbait, to say the least. BDS, well, they fell into their own trap, to say the
10
least.
seconds to go.
Construction actually didn't end up being as important as you would have thought on that round, too.
No,
which is
because the
very
plant
strange.
never went
Yeah,
down.
The plant never went down. That's actually the first round that Secret hasn't gotten the
Attackers
objective
are
on.
heading out to the bomb.
3 successful plants. They didn't even attempt to go for a plant on round number 10. So that causes BDS to kind of hit the brakes and change things up. RXWD is no stranger to shields, and it'll be the clash for him this time. Can't play Monty on defense. Or can you? No, you can't. You can't actually play Monty on defense. He's not selectable. But you can run a clash, which is pretty darn close. T-Tours.
Okay.
I had to say T-Tours.
APS deployed and ready to go.
Why?
The drone looking at nothing. T-Tours.
Device position.
You know, Wei hates people that actually communicate with
Who does?
Wei.
From Ubisoft?
Yeah, and even Stuart. They hate people that communicate in real life with Twitch emotes.
Oh, it's terrible. I don't use it.
Uh-huh.
This is not communicating
He says
in real life.
POG, T-Tours. Okay, I see it. I see
Yeah,
it.
dude, that last round was a total poggers.
Stop!
Leo!
Fonkers.
Fonkers, okay. I was expecting that to be Leon with how sneaky he was. Right up the stairs, then right back down. He's got 4 kills over the last minute and a half or so, if you go back to the tail end of round number 10 as well. Excellent play from him.
I'm real curious to where the clash will be put right now. You lost one player. It'd be great to have Panics and support, but he's out. And the clash is actually staying inside of the bathroom here. And we'll be playing around bedroom. Yeah, there you go. CC, new buff. CCE shield can also shoot. That'd be great. Try to come into gym right now, and Secret, they look around, they see how the strat's been set, and yes, it's all open, but Leon actually comes around the corner. He's swinging wide, he goes for the knife. Oh, he's so close to getting it, and he'll hit RX. Rafal with the refrag, takes him out, Rafal. They play here, but it's Farrell to come around the corner into construction. No, he pulls out for a second, then Shaiko. It's controlling logistics. So 3v2 is very doable here for BDS with the shotgun and one more canister left. Fonker is putting pressure by the main stairs. This is the big deal. This is what happened in the previous round, and Shaiko will be the one to possibly stop this play. As you'll see, Rafal has pulled back, and the Ashes run away, but Rafal will find Jonas. That's the flank out for Secret. Possible here for BDS.
Shagan's in a very powerful position. He'll find 1 and 2 very quickly. Explosive finish, and Secret not doing their diligence to drone out logistics. It's match point for BDS. We're going to need all the rounds, though, here no matter what.
They had the time. They had the time there, Secret, but as you said, they got a bit too far ahead of themselves. And it was so smart to have, was it the Mute in that case, rotating away, getting the kill with the SMG-11, and it really opened things up. There's no one right now supporting you on the windows into bedroom or into gym. You're going to have to go for the gunfights. Unfortunately, the two attackers double up instead of going for gym because they did not know if they would also be facing that Mute coming back from servers into cache, playing from construction, and taking them out from there. Maybe it would have been a better decision to hold the Ash in position and then rotate around to plant in gym. It was difficult. You just don't know where you're going to get hit from. Maybe the Mute just drops down, and then you're going to have to face a Nitro Cell flying into your face from billiards. It's really up in the air. There was so much that was possible and open for BDS in terms of strategy. And, well, it happened. It worked. Was the smoke in that case. There was no Nitro Cell. But it was still been able to get the kill. He has the shotgun. I'll correct myself. This is SMG-11. I don't know. I've been just used to seeing Mute SMG-11 the whole time now.
SMZ-11.
SMZ.
It's SMZ.
That's true.
We're casting EU today.
Must locate and defuse a bomb.
I still say it SMZ.
I always say that.
CZ75. White Stairs. Okay.
Not that good.
No.
All right. Well, BDS did not win the first map, technically, because it was gifted to Team Secret, as they have not dropped a single map yet. This is going to be a disappointing loss on Clubhouse here, where BDS went up 4-0 before Secret stormed back. But since then, the teams have traded rounds. If you're one of those people who like the UK lads, primarily UK lads, rather. 3 Brits and a Finn. Or 2 Finns, technically, I guess, now.
Yeah.
Yes, close on.
So if you're Demo, or Demo's cousin in chat, you're having fun, you're enjoying this matchup. But we find ourselves on the... Sorry.
This is going to be... With it being a church defense, you know it's going to go to the very end.
Yeah.
You know that it's going to take 2 minutes and 30 seconds for all the ducks to get in all the rows, and then you have to go from there. So this match will literally come down to the wire. Map number 1 needed almost all of it.
Yeah.
We're 1 round short. That's in overtime. Here we're going to need all of regulation.
Wouldn't be too surprised if we went to that overtime as we did on Coastline. As you said, it was an 8-6 victory on Coastline for BDS. Secret had secured their first map coming off the winner's bracket. And BDS having to fight their way through. So, the Eager has been spotted, but he pulls back, and it's difficult to fight Shaiko in the best of days, but not when he has a big engine there to help him out. There's Jonas to find 1 kill, big one on the Panics as well, taking down the Cloud, so there's no way for you to now use the TCSG, but Renshiro will answer back on Leon, taking down the Zofia, as I believe Leon was just trying to run into the site there, but the shield really blocked out Secret. You see one in Church. Fonkers get one on RXWD. Takes down the smoke before it could really use his utility. Oh no, he tried to spray into the Habana. Oh no, Shaiko misses it. And there he goes. It's the Habana of Jonas celebrating as we go into overtime on Clubhouse. This is really going back and forth. 4-2 on the attacking side for both teams. Which map are we on again? What year is it?
I was going to say, what region is it with all the crouching, the tactical crouching?
Is this APAC?
No, I was going to say, is this NA?
That's actually very true.
I do recall a bunch of salty tweets at one point from EU being like, we don't do that. We have more respect than that. Well, you were wrong, because both teams have absolutely done it so far. Knowing how much is on the line, it's a good thing that it's not a best of 5. In actuality, it's a best of 4. Well, it is a best of 5, but there's 4 maps that we're going to see.
It's a best of 5.
4 maps.
They won that first map off of coming from the winner's bracket. There you go.
My point being
Defenders
that with the way that
protect
these
your
teams have
bombs
been playing,
by attackers.
this is going to be down to the bitter end.
Yeah,
Right to the bitter end.
I think so. Regardless who wins this map, there'll be one more map victory away from qualifying for the Invitational. Again, a career-making move for many players. We've seen what has happened historically speaking, and things will definitely continue to be the same way and run on the same vibe over the next few years. Hopefully
10
even
seconds
longer.
to insertion.
Who knows? But
Evil Eye so very ready.
5
here's
seconds.
BDS again on OT. They start off on defense, which is
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
normally an advantage. But with how things have been going on, I'm not sure how to call that. Nothing I have to say is that Secret on their defense were able to get a couple rounds off of putting just one player in logistics and fighting Kitchen from there. Saw the Mozzie a couple times doing that. They're like, that's, I mean, you're supposed to drone that out. You're supposed to know what's happening. You're supposed to have somebody pushing up from Jacuzzi, right? But there's none of that from BDS.
Well, it was not, I don't want to say lifeless, because a lot of teams exhibit very similar things on defensive church. You sit inside of the site, you're relatively guarded, you don't need to give up much map control because all the map control that you have is contained likely by Kaid or what you hold on blue or where you hold in church.
10%. Go is on.
You know that the attackers are going to do the same things. If you can get an early pick and you're not going to roam, which EU has not been committed to the roam as much as we've seen NA roam recently. Who knows? 2 AMPs expended, and that should be the bar hatch with Fonkers going down the main stairs. He can possibly cut off anybody if he sees a rotate, but he has to make sure that he's got safe passage in the first place.
This is something we've seen before as well. Whenever Shaiko gets pressured and he can't really peek angles, he always grabs a shield.
And then he peeks the shield. The new deployable shield, having those slats, means that you can see through it almost as if it's a sort of small mirror.
Breach ready.
That's what you have in this case as well. So we'll see, maybe that allows him to gain a bit more map control, a bit more awareness in the position that he's playing here in blue currently.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Leon will come in, he'll spot the entire setup and how it is, and predictably he'll know that there is indeed a Jaeger to deal with. And as with before, should be able to destroy it. No, he lost all of his, okay, no more explosive Grzmots. So the impacts are lost. The shield will stay up. There's no grenades to use. That was a long time ago. They turn around and it's the IQ to get one kill. Panics. Quick refrag on a Bonkers.
It's not fun if you're Fonkers in that position.
But he was running down the middle with no support.
I mean, he walked up, he got the kill on Rafael. Shaiko's been spotted inside of blue. So as long as Secret doesn't blow this one, they might have a free kill on their hands. Especially the way that Shaiko's played, but you're gonna need some utility to be able to pick away at him. RXWD should have no problem with this Thatcher, and BDS are looking to regain the lead. Jonas doing some damage, but not enough. Panics looks like he's still up on 1 HP with Shaiko on flashing
10
HP.
seconds remaining.
But you're running out of time, and Renshiro and RXWD at full health. Me being a 1v4, they're just gonna collapse upon him, and it comes through Moto with Renshiro on the flank, and BDS take the lead yet again.
Excellently played there by BDS. They kind of just stuck to the side. I just said in the beginning, it's like you're pretty sure of your position. You will get pushed later on in the round, but that's fine. You're preparing for it, but you turtle and you just pray that you're able to hold on to the site once the assault comes in. This is why a lot of times when it's a church defense, you'll see many kills happen very, very quickly, whereas if you look back at the 2.5 minutes past, pretty much nothing happened except for a couple EMPs and some hard breach here and there. So you can kind of predict how the system goes. You run all of that in your head, and then you think, Secret
Attackers
really
need to locate and defuse bombs.
threw the entire strategy out the window. when they were playing on defense, when they set up in logistics. And that's the tiny change that might be unpredictable. A lot of people ask like, oh, you know, what's the difference? What's the real thing in competitive play? Is that there's a set metagame. You don't expect anybody to be doing something too crazy, but when they do, if you fall into the same routine all the time, it might really come back and bite you. And that's something that has happened quite often in this matchup. And I really want to highlight that tiny logistics play from Secret. Svanker's running it, and you'll see him doing something similar this time, at least putting his focus onto cash and now into logistics, as Church will be the site selected by Secret on their singular defense down overtime.
It's 3 rounds in a row for Church? Yes, it is. 3 rounds in a row for Church. Same predicament for Secret that they saw themselves in on Coastline. And, well, it's a very common lineup for BDS. Involving the Monty will likely come through dirt. Secret were able to thwart this last time quite effectively. They got the pick on Shaiko very early on in the final round of Secret's defense. Shaiko going down once again meant that Fior Hibana, hatches are gone. Oh my goodness. That was
He got it through the drone hole?
Through the drone hole. Good. Say goodbye to your ankles. That's almost as severe of a blow as Shaiko going down. Now, Rafalo's been the second best player for BDS on map 3. And on top, you also lose the fact, or you also lose the hard breach. You don't want to be losing any hard breachers on this map. What a swing! The frag grenade gets him. That's last stand from the grave.
Such an awful perk. Martyrdom.
Oh, it is martyrdom, not last stand.
Yeah,
You're right.
last stand.
Right.
That was awful.
Yeah, last stand was terrible. But 2 massive kills for BDS. The frag grenade found a huge chunk of Fonker's HP, unless that was a C4 that I just didn't see. Still very winnable, but the Monty cannot go through dirt anymore since you don't have a thermite there to open it up. So this has completely changed the way that BDS is going to go.
Are they going to try to walk it in?
I think they're still going to do a dirt take anyway. You're just going to have to go prone.
Yeah.
Now, in real life, there's no way that Monty would fit that shield on his back, but in video game life.
Well, I mean, he can throw the shield and then get there, or he can go in and
He's
then...
not Captain America.
I have you covered. Stay close.
He's French. But he's going to go for the dirt push anyway. 40 seconds match on the line. Will BDS be able to pull this off? Fonkers will take 1 bullet from Shaiko, and then he'll be gone. He'll set us up into a 3v3 as long as Fonkers peeks. But he doesn't, because Shaiko knows that the clock is so low that he's going to have to watch that hatch. This is where Hibana is most effective. He'll strike fear to the hearts of Leon. Take some damage, but at the same time continue forward. He'll also win the fight. Renshiro team kills RX. So it's a 2v2 with Renshiro being isolated inside of dirt. He'll have to pick up that diffuser. Shaiko the coverage from above. He'll be the savior for his team. He'll have to drop. He has no choice here. Committed as spam marks going out. Shaiko needs 1 more kill in order to pull this one off. 3 on the board. Does not find it the last second. Meatbee Heroics will send us to the final round between these 2 teams, and Shaiko comes within a hair.
Oh my, the hip fire. That was so... There's no way. This Shaiko played it so perfectly there. He vaulted up. You do not expect anyone to vault and fight you there. That was the play. He should have won it. But Meepy had it. As some would say, Meepy wins these.
And win it indeed.
Yep. Scary stuff right there as we head into our ultimate round here on map number 3. My God.
This has been a barn burner so far.
This is only the start of our qualifiers. We still have 2 more nights to go. 2 more. Well,
Team
shows
1 and
to go.
MIBR is up next.
Yep, that is tonight, and
Attackers need to locate and
this
defuse
is like
as
6
many bombs
hours.
as they can.
Is it? No, it's in like 2 hours. There it is.
Sure?
I
No.
think it starts at 11. 11 p.m. our time, which is in 3 hours.
Sure.
I don't know. I'm casting it as well. Pray for me.
All I know is that I'm sleeping at the office. Basically.
Daddy's tired.
and then you get to go home.
I'm not actually. I feel great. I woke up right before this one. I actually feel really good.
We'll see. Well, Michael will be very...
Michael will be very peppy. He'll be full of pep.
He'll be full of pep for that
He'll
one.
have gotten his nightly
10 seconds
15 hours of sleep.
He actually sleeps for a lot. It's not like Flynn sleeping 28 hours, which he did, but
Let Flynn do it. Flynn wants.
yeah, I think that's usually the rule we follow. But yeah, Kix definitely does that. And he'll be ready as well for North America, which is our final play day on
I will be on a
Saturday night.
plane home. It's going to be Space Station Gaming versus the winner of LG versus EG. They're going to be competing later this evening, actually. Will be one of the community casters channels. I think Hans picked it, one of the NA community. He's got excellent production value. I want to give him some credit for that. I believe he's French-Canadian. So,
Canadians taking over. I'll just be happy because I'll be casting on my birthday.
a great day for Canada and therefore the world. Oh, it's your birthday.
Yeah, when NA is happening, I'll turn 26.
Special charge.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Happy birthday, Milos.
Thank you so much. Phil's
Another
birthday,
win
man.
for Milos. Phil's birthday, man.
So this is what it feels like to be old.
Get the nice people to say happy birthday. So, very final round between Team Secret and BDS.
Garage.
It's a cash CCTV defense for BDS, whose record on cash was not good. They haven't ever won it. They won Church once and Gym once, so I am a bit surprised that they would go here rather than go to Gym, as it failed the first time. But they'll have a hot start, a minute burned off the clock, thereabouts. Down goes Farrell. If you haven't taken care of any of the electronics, well, you're not going to have an EMP at your disposal. Good news is that BDS doesn't have any breach denial whatsoever. Rafal will re-engage down below with what appeared to be the Hibana of Jonas. Frag grenade goes up, and it'll be eaten by the ADS. Renshiro is safe for the time being. He knows he's being spotted, and the buck is on his heels. Down below, Renshiro trying his best. He is holding full court right now. Court is in session. The Honorable Renshiro, please. He's been able to fend off 3 members of Secret in what has been an absolute hail of bullets. The rest of his team is there, and this is all over but the crying Jonas. In a 1v5, played perfectly, and how about that? A big flawless round will stamp it for BDS, who take 2 maps in a row. Bank is next on the menu. It may have taken almost every single round between these 2 teams thus far, but boy oh boy, they have been grinding, and BDS have earned both of these maps up to this point.
29 out of the 30 rounds possible have been played. That's the first fact for you today.
Fact.
Number 2. Last time these 2 played 2 days ago, it was a 2-0 victory for Team Secret. They absolutely demolished BDS. One of those maps was Coastline. It was 7-1. This time, BDS beat Secret 8-6. We're destroying everyone with facts and figures.
Fact. Bears eat beets. Fact. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. It's from the office. Nobody got it. Nobody got it. It's fun.
That's
Here's some highlights for you from our second map. What a performance by BDS. They clobbered Secret in the first half. Secret tightened it up in the second half. Both of the attacking rounds, or both of the teams on attack, won 4-2. And then it was all defense all day in overtime.
it's like a repeat of Coastline. Literally from the beginning.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
It's odd. It started off in the same kills, in the same way, same style of round. And here we are. BDS are able to take the advantage, a 2-1 against Secret now. I'll remind everybody for the 17th time today, and we'll continue to do so as Team Secret do have a 1-map advantage. Some people might say gifted. I would say they earned it off of being number 1 in the upper bracket. So they make it there. BDS had to slog it through down in the lower bracket, but they also had to play against G2. They had to play against M&M. It happens. Rafael, that should not have happened at all, but here we are. And a reminder, in 3 hours and 45 minutes, that'll be MIBR versus Team 1 Latin American qualifiers. So
we might have a nice break between them. But speaking of, we have a break now for you as we let the teams go grab some water, and you do the same as the replays will roll. We'll be back in a couple minutes for map number 3 between Team Secret and BDS.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. He told me he wanted to be serious for this game, by the way.
No, for this map.
We're still not on the
we're
map.
not on the map yet.
Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Qualifiers 6th Invitational 2020. Most of our teams have already been decided for the event, but we still have a few to go. 3 will be decided over the weekend, and 1 more through invitation. You saw G2 in that video. They're not qualified, actually.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that a yikes.
So, what, 11 teams have made it so far. We're waiting on the 4 from the qualifiers. We'll be wrapped up in about 48 hours or so with EU, then Latin America, then North America, and then we have the APAC qualifiers.
Not sure if those have been...
The brackets have been seeded, so it's Fnatic and Cloud9 in the top of the brackets, Cyclops versus Xavier in the bottom.
Of course, the teams that you saw at Pro League Finals, Season 10 in Japan, they're already qualified. So you'll be seeing like some Na'Vi, you'll be seeing Airwolf there. So a lot of fans that, gather around, you'll be able to see your favorite teams there.
So Empire was the first team qualified through the Raleigh Major. Then joining them from North America were Dark Zero and Team Reciprocity. From Latin America, FaZe Clan and Ninjas in Pajamas. From Europe, you had Na'Vi and the Giants. And then from APAC, you had Wildcard and Aerowolf.
Yeah.
Not soon after, TSM clinching their berth through being victorious in DreamHack Montreal, and then Team Liquid winning OGA Pit, brings us up to 11 teams. Right now, looking to be lucky number 12. That's not a real lucky number, but BDS is 1 map away from humbling Secret, who have not been able to win a single map outside of the map that they were gifted for the fact that they emerged from the winner's bracket in this best of 5. Could be a 3-0 technically for BDS, were Secret not the beneficiaries of that map. In a couple hours after the conclusion of this broadcast, we'll have MIBR made in Brazil going up against Team 1 in a similar situation with MIBR with a 1 map advantage. In the Latin America qualifiers, then North America, Space Station Gaming, Team USA. The USN victors, it does not give them a spot at the Invitational. There's a lot of confusion.
Why would a
surrounding
national tournament give you an invitation directly to Invitational in this format that we have right now?
To be fair, was it Millennium got a spot, was it not, for winning the French Cup?
But that was
To the
host
Paris
country
major.
invite for Raleigh.
And there is an invite as well. So we're waiting to see which team is going to be invited because 15 teams will be decided, and then under criteria that we are not fully aware of, a 16th team will be invited from Ubisoft. Could it be G2? That's their only chance.
Could it be Suzaku's team? Who knows?
Adventure Force. Could it be an all-casters team?
We'd
Who
beat 'em all.
knows?
We
We don't
would
know.
wipe the
You don't know. We don't know. It could be G2. I know a lot of people are hoping it'll be G2. I think there's a credible argument for Space Station as well. If Space
Yeah.
Station doesn't win the North American
Completely agree.
qualifier, I think there's a credible argument for Secret if they don't prevail over BDS here as well.
But right now, I think a lot of people agree with the fact that, hey, since you still have most of the players that were on the roster that won the Invitational 2 years in a row,
Yeah.
it makes sense that the world champions come back to defend their title.
Yep.
It should, at least in my opinion, an automatic invite to the next Invitational, not really to the major. Definitely is not up to me to decide, thankfully.
We don't work for Ubisoft.
No, we actually don't.
I'm not actually
Independent
I'm
contractors.
not a lead developer.
Yeah, Bikini Body is the lead.
Bikini Body is a lead developer.
Thank you so much.
But that's why he said that's why he.
Boshi ACOG Bam is done.
I was actually there in the Ubisoft offices when Bikini Body showed up on his private jet, and he walked in, and he took off his sunglasses, and he said, "I hereby decree that Ash loses her ACOG on R4C," and just like that, it was done. And then earlier, he said, "I want the Boss G to have an ACOG," and it was done. So who knows what he'll think of next? Who knows?
By the time that it was Boshi ACOG, he showed up with his Tesla truck before it was even announced.
He did have a Cybertruck with wings on the side of it. I can't show you a picture of it. BDS is having some. You press tab again.
Are
Can you press tab again, Marcio?
there only 4 players?
Marcio. Oh my!
What?
Yo, BDS is playing from Mars.
How much?
They're on Mercury playing the new
Wait.
Destiny 2 update.
Apparently, they're on boot camp on Mars.
On Mercury. On Mercury. Also,
that ping,
also
yeah.
a great song about their Red Hot Chili Peppers. Also, John Frusciante rejoining the Chili Peppers. Not bad.
Also the family name of one Freddie Mercury.
Also true. There's a lot of things we could riff off here. Taking their time to see if BDS is going to stabilize their internet or not. This is a very slow ban phase on map number 3. And BDS are still having very significant internet issues. We might have to come back as there are ESL rules that govern how much ping you can have for how long.
120, I think. Is the
I think it's
maximum.
120 or so now.
120,
it used to be
130.
higher, I believe. It used to be higher. It's 150, we are being told.
Yeah, so currently we welcome back BDS playing from the Hubble telescope,
Mercury, man.
which is actually, Hubble has gone
Mercury.
way beyond Mercury. It's been out floating in space for what, like 50 years, right? Well, less, since like the early 80s.
Now I can see as far as the Hubble telescope. I wouldn't know how to deal with me either. I thought I lost these glasses, by the way. So fun story here is this is now where we fill, by the way, for those curious at home. This is where we fill.
Yeah, so he tries to be funny, that's the part of it.
Sometimes I succeed. Most of the time I don't.
No.
So anyway, I thought I lost these glasses in Montreal. Turns out that I had left it in one of my drawers at home that I never checked because it was like, I don't know, I don't ever check it. So earlier today, yesterday, I was going through and I was organizing all my ties and socks because they're all in the same drawer. And I saw these glasses and I was like, you've got to be kidding. Because I bought these exact same glasses like 6 months ago, 4 months ago, somewhere in that window. So I have 2 pairs of these glasses now.
That E3 money there.
Same everything, okay? The inlays are a little darker than the other ones. I know the chat's probably like Resident Sleeper. But it was funny because
as
it
an
was like,
optometrist, I'm very intrigued.
I found these glasses and I was like, oh man, I immediately texted my mom and I have a glasses case in my, you're uncomfortably close. I have a glasses case in my like front table, like near my door.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd lost my social insurance number, like my card. It's like your Americans have like their employment number. I don't know what it's called in America.
Social Security?
That's it.
Even though it's a ridiculous system, we'll not talk about that. Continue.
We talk about politics now.
Yeah.
So I opened the case and I'm like, okay, I'll put these glasses in there for safekeeping. And in the case is like a bunch of like receipts and like I have some photos for like, I keep all like my passport and visa photos in there in case I need them like for stuff in the future. And as I'm rifling through all that, I find my SIN card and I was like, I just found 2 things that I was certain I lost back in March. And they say it's always in the last place you look. And of course it is, because if it wasn't, you'd still be looking.
See, my strategy is I ask my mom where it is. It's like, Mom, I searched everywhere and I couldn't find it. It literally takes her 5 seconds. Like, it's right there. Like, what do you mean it's right? And you look and it's just there in the place you searched 17 times in the past 30 minutes. You're like, how do you do it, Mom? It's like,
it's like when your room was messy growing up, and your parents would say something, and they'd be like, "Yeah, well, you know, like, where is it?" And you'd find it in seconds, and you're like, "I know that it looks like the swamps of Dagobah." It's like the trash compactor scene from A New Hope, you know, just garbage floating everywhere.
I was
it's
a bit
like-
more organized than that.
But it's like I keep a very tidy space, with the exception of my room. My room looks
Doesn't
like
really say much.
My room looks, well, no, like my common areas are clean, my bathroom's super clean, my kitchen's always clean, my living room's clean, den, whatever you have, yada, 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 basement's clean. But then it's like, it looks like somebody just like opened my bedroom door and just like threw in a concussion grenade and just closed it.
I would hate to see.
It's only clothing though. It's not dirty. It's just clothing.
I just like.
Because I don't own a laundry basket out here.
Really?
I do not own a laundry basket.
It's
I was like, why am I going to buy
Literally
this
$5.
is my thought process.
been here for 2 years.
I have been. I've been here since September 2017. I was like, here's my thought process. My thought process was like, why do I need a laundry bin? What am I going to do? How am I going to get rid of it when I move? And then I bought like a $400 desk and like a ring light and like a monitor stand. And
When did you buy a $400 desk?
we were at IKEA, remember? We went together.
It's a 400 zloty. That's nothing.
No, it was the desk itself. Like the actual top of the desk was like $150, which is like 300 zloty or whatever. But the legs, remember the legs were like 800, 900 zloty.
No way, dude.
Yes, they were.
No, they
It's
not.
like it was like a $300, $400
I would
desk.
not have paid that much money.
Well, I did, and it still wobbles.
How does it wobble? You build it yourself.
My
Have you
floor is
ever
uneven.
used-
My floor is uneven.
Have you yeah, okay. Have you know that reference to, like, when you try to work on the car or any sort of construction work at home with your
Car
dad,
ed?
and
Car
you,
ed.
and you just hold the lamp.
Card. Sorry.
I said car.
Continue.
It's like when somebody mentioned me in a tweet saying, "Oh, you know, you always pronounce quiet so wrongly," and I'm like, "Are you trying to tell an Arab that speaks Arabic how to
This
pronounce?"
is a fight that we'll always have because Ubisoft, one of Ubisoft's employees who is also Arab said that they intend it to be pronounced Qaid.
Yeah, but it's incorrect.
I mean, then now you're telling an Arab that they're incorrect. You're an Arab telling another Arab that they are incorrect.
Yes,
the operator
because
that they created.
Arabic language specifically states that's how it's said. I can
Is there
never
like, is
finish
there like
the
a
point.
tome? Is there like a tome?
Yes, it's a language.
If Rainbow Six game creates an operator, his name is hereby decreed to be pronounced Qaid. It's like one of the things that you have to. You're like.
He is insufferable, isn't he?
Thousands of years ago, they're looking through like all of like the documents for like Arabic languages.
Xavier
and then they're,
Marquis was
and they're,
creating the
they're
game
reading
back
through it
then.
and they're like, "What is Rainbow Six game? What is a game?" And then like thousands of years later, they look at it and they're like, "This makes so much
Makes
sense.
sense.
This makes sense now."
Scripture, it was foretold.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. So you can tell we're stalling pretty hard right now, awaiting the return from Mercury currently for BDS, as they were playing for like 400 ping.
Yeah,
acceptable?
that was it's a little high.
Yeah.
Is where you put your tinfoil hat on. Is the same thing happen to Vitality in the Raleigh Major qual?
That's actually very true. Ooh, but it's not a Russian team, so who do we blame this time? Because last time they were saying, "Oh,
Well, you blame the Brits now. You blame the Brits.
I don't think the Brits would be bothered to do anything."
There's a lot I can unpack there, given their recent election, but that's fine. I'm just gonna... All right. Anyway,
You'll be saved from our stuff.
there's a break. Hopefully, BDS fix their internet issues. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're still waiting for BDS to reconnect and make sure that their ping is ready and set for the game. We have received word that so far their connection is more stable, but they're working on it. They still have a few minutes, so we can work on that.
Just checking my watch.
It's a cool watch. What is it? You can't say the brand.
What are you talking about? We just talked about another game.
That's true.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about brands. I don't know. It's a watch.
It tells the time?
Tells time. It's not a smartwatch.
No, Michael has one.
I have a smartwatch too. I'm just not wearing it.
Oh.
Waste of money.
Really?
Yeah. Unless you have the fruit product.
Ah.
If you have like the fruit phone and you're in like the fruit product ecosystem,
It's not worth it.
then that one's worth it. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I mean, it's convenient for events because it's like you can't check your phone. Like text, WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter, etc. You just like the notification pops up on your phone. You're like, oh, I'll check that later.
Fair enough. Learn a few things in the background, what happens between casters.
I actually really want to see bank between these two teams. So if we get a match going,
I hope so. Right now, the lobby only has secret in it, so we're speaking to you
directly from the studio here in Katowice, Poland.
with no more information than you do.
Yeah.
So
We're waiting.
we're waiting. Our admins are
We're waiting.
also awaiting the information from BDS as time ticks on. We'll get some more info from them, but
Yep.
hey, that's where we stand currently. And yeah, bank, definitely the play for it. I really want to see how Shaiko shines on that, but how Renshiro also. It seems like a lot of teams kind of forget every now and then how to play CEO.
Mhm.
And between Secret and BDS, I think they have a thing or two to show for that site specifically. But I also want to see when Secret play open area, because I know they will play it. There's something in my head that tells me they will. And I don't think Secret ever played that site where they haven't had something interesting in store, just the way that they set up around it.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what site they play, I think the greatest trend that we've seen between these two teams is Secret have been just as successful as getting the opening pick as BDS. They're both very close. How do you snowball it from there? That's the big question. Secret have been excellent at getting the opening pick, or even if they lose the opening pick, of refragging very soon after. And then it becomes a 4v4. It depends on who wins that trade. Do you take out a very utility-based, heavy utility-based operator? Do you take out somebody who's more of a frag operator? Which operator are you taking if you're a defender or an attacker? The biggest problem that I've seen from Secret is that they are losing out on clutch factors really quite heavily. BDS is winning an abundance of 1vx's, 2vx's with minimal utility or just off the back of fragging, period, no utility at all. And a large part of that is because of the way that Shaiko is so effective for his team. When he's on the roam, if he doesn't get pinched, he's deadly in the final 30 seconds. Incredible gun skill, very good game sense, mechanically gifted, and he's getting the right calls from his team, and you can see that he's able to capitalize off of that. Secret need to be tighter. When we looked at Coastline, a lot of times it was unbridled aggression.
Yep.
Ruthless aggression for those that are WWE fans. I know that you'll appreciate that reference too. On Clubhouse, Secret was aggressive in the right ways, but I just ultimately saw them fall short in the final 30 to 40 seconds of a round when the execute's coming out. And that was the bigger issue for Secret. So it's funny that it was like the issue was at the start in Coastline and then at the end at Clubhouse. What's it going to be on Bank? Because Bank plays much more similarly to Clubhouse than it does to Coast.
Correct.
Whereas Border is going to play much more similarly to Coastline.
You might expect the operator bands to be very similar to what we saw on Clubhouse as well,
Right.
Maybe see it in the Maverick. You'll probably be seeing also the Capitao is a very common band on that map. But Echo is definitely a reality for a bank. Definitely a possibility. And we might see a Valkyrie band, you might see a Pulse band. It really depends on what the defenders are trying to do or what you plan on doing when you're starting off on the attacking side. As you can tell, we are still awaiting information to see how things happen. There should be a time limit on how long you can stay, but so far we haven't hit that. And even if we do, it'll only be one map lost.
Yeah.
And goes to Secret. Then it's a time extension.
Yeah.
And a preparation for the final map, Border, in this best of 5 series. So
The good news is that we do have a wealth of time. It's not
Yeah,
even,
we have
it's
a
not
ton
even 9 o'clock here yet, and from what I understand, Latin America goes live at 11 p.m.
it goes live in 3 hours and 15 minutes.
So we have, yeah, exactly. So we have quite a lot of time. Even if they forfeit one map, I mean, at that point, Secret hasn't won an actual map through competition.
yeah, it's still not.
It's not done yet. We're still waiting for the admins. We're just purely speculating. It's funny to think that this could be the way it's done, but it's funny in like a haha, that's kind of sad way.
Yeah.
Sad for Secret in that they weren't strong enough to win maps on their own, but additionally that BDS is falling victim to this because you never want to see a qualifier, you never want to see a map get decided by poor internet or technical difficulties or poor weather. Latin America, especially for the teams based in Sao Paulo, have lost a number of games against each other because their internet goes out, because there's a storm rolling through.
It happens. And
It happens.
Pretty much most teams, if not all of them in Latin America right now, are based in Sao Paulo because most Pro League teams play in BR6 as well, and it's
Yep.
an on-land tournament, so the studio is based in Sao Paulo. So I get it, and these are circumstances. It's what some would say. It's like a work of God. You can't do anything.
Act of God.
It's
yeah.
an act of God. You can't do anything. It's nature.
And we've seen players from different teams have to forfeit matches and stuff like that. There have been certain internet service providers that I also happen to have, that a couple players have, where there's just an entire server outage across most of Europe. And you'll go online and you'll see, like, is it down? And it's just this bright red heat map spread across Europe.
Oh,
Well-
so we just saw someone from BDS getting in, Trafal. We're awaiting the rest. We just got given info to go to break, but we stopped everything. We held the presses for a second. We're still waiting on our admin and production call.
Now, we do need to see if they get into the actual game if their ping is stabilized.
Correct.
Just because they're able to join the lobby doesn't necessarily mean the internet issues have been solved because they were in the lobby the whole time previously. They're at a boot camp facility, so my assumption is that all of them are playing together on the same internet. That would make a lot of sense as to why they were all at basically the same ping. Rafal is in. We're waiting for the rest of the team, but we'll see exactly what happens if we need further delays or not.
It seems like we'll be taking a quick break right now, and we're waiting for everything to sort out. Hopefully by the next time we're in, we'll be ready to go for...
Fingers crossed that
rest of
everything
the map.
gets sorted out.
Please, let's cross our fingers in chat.
Less RNG.
Less RNG. We'll see you in just a few minutes, hopefully. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are indeed live. We fixed everything. We hope you can hear us here on the stream.
Listening.
They don't play anymore, Parker.
Okay.
So, again, welcome back. I'm Milos. This is Parker Intero Makai,
Attackers
official
need to locate
Intero,
and defuse bombs.
Hello.
also known as Bacon. And there's BDS that are now playing on Banks. They're playing against Secret. They're up 2-1. Of course, Secret's singular map victory was one that they won off of their upper bracket run so far in the Invitational 2020 qualifiers. So, BDS definitely have the advantage of this one so far. Both of our first two maps have been quite close, to say the least. Coastline was an 8-6 victory for BDS, and in Clubhouse was an 8-7 victory for BDS. Some might say, though, that
5
these
seconds to insertion.
very close maps might be more damaging to you as a team and to your team mentality than runaway losses. So you were close, but oh so far. And Team Secret are one map loss away from having lost all that they've worked for. A beautiful run through the Invitational qualifiers and the online phase, and
Drone up.
they're close. But BDS are close too. All it takes is this one map. This was, again, Secret's pick. Big. Here we start, and it's Maverick.
You know, I really feel like this map's a must-win for Secret.
It is.
Because if they don't win it, then Borders BDS's map. And,
But
well, they also lose.
Yeah, that's very. You should be on an analyst desk. You were at USN, weren't you?
For a moment. For the
I think
Creative
there's a
Showman.
very good reason why.
Creative Showman. This is going to be tough. Fonkers is about to run face first into a clash. He's got Panics right behind him, so
Bomb
RXWD
located
will
by
have to communicate well as she breathes in some of the toxic fumes. Losing that hatch means that Panics and the clash will be in a great deal of trouble.
This is a very common strategy, specifically for Panics to use. We've seen him so many times set up in this way, and having Clash in support is definitely a great addition. We would love to have a Zofia, and Jonas, as per tradition, is playing the operator in this case. So, great to deal with that Clash. Ooh, Feral. Oh, Funker still gets Panics. Oh, this is huge. Now the Clash is on her own. He's going to be able to bikini body Funkers. Nope. Going to be able to force him down. And Rafal is in here in support. Going to work out for the bait. Oh, they fire off. And no, it's lost. Funker gets one more. But it's Shaiko to run back and grab Leon Gids as Feral goes for the flank. That's one kill as RXWD beats out Funkers. What is happening right now? It's pretty crazy to say the least. And the attackers have penetrated the defense. They'll be on the side itself. Can they close out the crosses here? Shaiko. Oh, he's so close. RX is spotted. Meepy's going to go for the plant. Information plenty for the Jaeger, but as Shaiko dives in, he gets shot down by Feral. RXWD, so little HP, last man alive. SBSMG, fully automatic. And, I don't think it's going to be enough. There you go. It's done. Full metal jacket or not. It's a cool Maestro camera, actually. You see that?
Where?
It's on the bars.
Oh.
In red.
I didn't see it.
That's cool.
I did not see it. Okay, well.
So, what happened there?
Well, everything fell apart on server stairs.
Mm-hmm.
2 swift kills.
Mm-hmm.
Especially on the Pulse, who just, honestly, like, he kind of botched it. Rafael probably should have had the kill on the Fonkers, especially with the Clash slowing the Ash down. It was a misplay from RX and Rafael. That was really what it boiled down to. And losing the smoke early...
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
And it's a bit suspect the way that they were using that smoke proved to be way too damaging for them. Like, think about it. Your smoke is playing farther back with SMG-11 in hand. Most teams will play the smoke up close against the door with the shotgun. There's some utility, be it ADSs, deployable shield, etc. It all fell pretty early on to the Zofia, or it was the Ash of Fonkers, rather. And then you just pushed in without much other than a flashbang. I think Fonkers was able to hit the shot on Panics. Now, You don't
10
put the
seconds to
Clash
go.
there. You put an Ella shotgun there. You
5
bring the
seconds to
smoke up a
insertion.
little bit closer. You put a mute there. Some teams even run the
Attackers
Jaeger
moving out to
and
locate a
Bandit
bomb
with the
in your
M870. I think you have a much better shot at winning that. I think it's the fact that Panics had to play farther back with the SMG-11 in hand. We saw something similar from the NA qualifiers a couple days ago, where Jarvis was playing on Rook, at the bottom of the stairs, while you had a shotgun play up in closer range, or it was actually the Jaeger playing closer range. Because people don't, like, you don't expect it. And that's fine, and you don't expect the Clash to necessarily be up there either, but it doesn't allow the smoke to play as freely. Number one, you have to be very wary of the Clash breathing in those toxic fumes, so you can't be as liberal with them. Number two, it also denies any
Bomb
plant
located by attackers.
denial, or rather, it gets rid of the plant denial that would happen from a smoke. So there were a lot of things that really just went into that singular hold. And then you had Farrell, who went undetected from Garage, basically split pushing, and that's 3 bodies dead.
There's the big change from BDS right now is that they play the Ella. And it's Panics to play Ella on this the blue stairs here. Very well-known strategy. Again, Guzmot is out, and Fonkers beats him out. Oh, the information's there. They're able to capitalize. No damage taken here. Secret. So, very well done. Very effective on the blue stairs. Breaching George will be completely used up here to open the hatch. Open area hatch.
A bomb has
It's
been
classic what you
located.
see out of a Maverick. So once that hatch gets opened up, you get even more control, and you can move over towards the server hatch, which I don't even know if you're going to open the server hatch unless you want to dedicate to a full push. Now, because half of this wall is opened up, Secret are going to have a bit more degree of difficulty. But Fonkers has been on something today. He had a bit of a cooler clubhouse, but Coastline really was his own. Down goes your set of smokes, as it looked like that was a push from the Garage from Farrell that gets shut down. He was trying to do the same thing for the second time. Or rather, no, he was coming from the main stairs, wasn't he? It seems that way. Shaiko's been pushed back as the walls opened up, and there go the toxic canisters. You've got 1 C4 on the board in the hands of Rafal. Leon Gids will be in a heated battle against Shaiko as Blake goes down yet again. There goes the toxic canister. Meepy takes some damage and then falls off accordingly. Shaiko's 1 shot away. Jonas will need to be picked up. A second kill from Shaiko onto Leon Gids. So that was the main stairs presence from the Maverick, who's not going to be watching the hatch. Rafal down, Shaiko down now as well. And the pulse get picked up. Beautiful shot from Fonkers on RXWD. And Secret's lethality is showing in full. Holding for the time being is Renshiro with this long pick angle, waiting for the diffuser to go down, and well, he is in no man's land. He's going to be cut off by the angle to the right of the bomb and to the left, with both of those walls being opened up, one via Breach and one via his team. I think he's well aware of what comes next, almost certain death. And certain it is indeed. A huge round from Fonkers, his second big round back-to-back. Leon Gids, who?
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
It's that Empire skin.
Is that it?
Yep.
That's why? Is
So,
that the only reason why?
literally the only reason why.
Okay.
Beautifully done by Fonkers, to say the least. And on the other side, Shaiko was doing a great job. Not only was he picking off players and downing the Zofia there, playing the Jaeger, but also he's doing all of that while having the information from the Maestro camera that was still set on the bars in red. I've never seen that Maestro camera actually put, at least not something I've seen personally. It's easy to destroy because you have a Zofia or you have an Ash and it's fine. But if you have an ADS covering somewhere, it's definitely something that'll be caught out. Hey, we're back.
They didn't even tell us they were coming back to
No, we're not supposed to.
It'd be nice if production said back to you.
Well,
Be really nice. Thanks, production.
exposed.
I was listening to what you were saying.
I know you were.
So what's the rule here? They just did their ping spike again?
I mean, Spike is one thing, but I think we're going to rehost. I
It's
mean,
like 4,000 ping, was it at? I think they said in the chat.
was it
No idea.
400,000? What's the difference?
Doesn't
Bad.
matter. Still bad, no matter what. Still bad. But, all right. 2 rounds. Play the objective. Play for kills first time around. You think it's a CEO defense this time for BDS?
I would expect so. I think they would just change out from it. I mean, it depends because we haven't really seen much in the way of Nitro cell play. I wonder why the Pulse really messed up his peaks for the Nitros. He got downed.
I think it was just Fonkers, honestly. Fonkers playing in that position.
well.
He's the one that got credited for downing the Pulse as well.
Yep.
So what I imagine happened is you have Fonkers playing that long angle, which, funny enough, was opened up by BDS.
Yes.
So BDS opens up that wall deliberately to try and prevent what happened from happening. And it gets used against them from Fonkers, who's playing that angle as an Ashe, just picking away relentlessly over and over and over again.
My resolution to that, open it at the foot level. You don't have to open it in the center. You want to leave it soft, open it at the foot level. It's much more difficult for the attackers to do anything, but you as the defense, you can see through that much easier because there's the desk that blocks the line of sight. You'll be able to spot things because, well, you have cameras. Certain places you have a Maestro camera.
Yeah, but if
and
the Maestro
also-
camera's that far back, you're not using it to spot. The whole reason why you open it up at that level is to assume that they're not going to take that part of server because you have the long range. The problem is that the long range player is going to be the Maestro inside a garage who's going to be watching.
No, I'm not
holding
talking
it.
about picking those people off. It's just not allowing the Ashe to do what.
Well, if it's at the
ended up
foot, if it's at the feet, you're not going to be able to see back a server rack. If it's shot out at the feet, you're only going to see from the front of the server rack, right? You're not going
Well,
to
you
see it
can
all the way
still-
at the back.
you
It doesn't
can
give you
still-
that same level of perspective. So, I don't know. I mean, there was obviously some method to BDS's madness there. It didn't work at all.
No.
Once again, the Ella play on the stairs of server, I think, was better than the Clash Smoke play, but it still didn't work out.
Yeah.
I didn't see if the Ella was running the FO12 or the
No,
Scorpion.
it was Scorpion.
Was it the Scorpion?
Yep.
I mean, I know that the FO12 did get tweaked, but
It's still really strong.
yeah, it's still quite strong.
It's still ridiculously good.
All they did was change its damage, right? That was it.
Drop off.
Yeah, and it's like you're playing at that close range and you're just spamming the hell out of it.
You're gonna still do damage.
Like, drop off doesn't really matter at that point.
No, at that distance, it does not matter whatsoever.
Yeah.
So it was fine. I think the Ashe play from Falker is definitely saved. But going into CEO, I'm thinking that BDS will want to rely more on their Jaeger play. So more roam play from Shaiko potentially, and holding around those stairs. I think they want to deny the staircase, either main staircase or the skylight staircase,
Yeah.
basically, from being taken over. And once they force the attack from Secret to come in from a singular entry point without any sort of hallway control, a 90, then they'll be fine.
Yeah.
That's at least what I predict to happen. Will there be any runouts? Who knows? It's possible. Will there be any plays to come in, by the tellers and peek out from the windows through there and catch somebody off on the windows? It happens very, very commonly, right?
Yeah. If you allow Shaiko to retake main lobby, because he's probably going to be the person who does it.
Yeah.
Okay. Assuming that you have secret players on the windows, as is very common. Almost assured that you're going to have somebody out there on the windows. Is it going to be Meepy after he gets the plant down? Is it going to be Leon Gids there? We don't really know. Is it going to be, I could see somebody like Jonas going out there with the roles that he plays.
Yeah.
You're going to put somebody out there on the window. Zofia is very common to be in that position. BDS will need to retake lobby. If you don't have somebody holding lobby, it's almost certainly going to be Shaiko.
Maybe Renshaw if he runs the Maestros in support.
I think Maestro is usually going to play over by conference, maybe over by the bomb chassis, maybe through a rotate into the supply closet.
It depends on how the situation is in the round, of course.
I think Shaiko, because he plays on 4x3, he plays, small field of view. It doesn't really matter how far away people are. You're still going to see them decently up close. And he's a really good shot. And he's a Jaeger. The big thing, too, is that if you're getting somebody down in a possible post plant to the main lobby, you need to get that kill and then get back up as quickly as you can. A Maestro is going to take you 10 to 15 seconds.
Yep.
That's an awful lot off of the clock for you to burn, especially when that rotate needs to happen usually after the plant goes down. So you got to take time to get there,
Yeah.
get the kill, which isn't a given, because a lot of teams now, they'll go down very, very low because they know that a team will take lobby and then go all the way back up. I think it's going to be a skylight push. If it's a CEO defense, skylight pushes are the most common that we see from teams. But don't discount Secret storming through the main lobby and just pushing right up, going into banana, attacking elevator, etc.
Speaking of which, I think when BDS go on the attack and they'll be attacking CEO and they know they will do so, I think they'll come out with the Monty again and go up the red stairs. Play strategy that we've seen a G2 play in the past.
You think Secret's going to take a Monty?
No, BDS.
Oh,
when
yeah,
they go on the attack.
Right. I was, well, no, the way you said it, I was like, he's not talking about Secret, is he?
No. No, I was not.
Why are you making those noises?
You joking?
Why are you making
Of
those
course I'm not.
noises? They're going to be very reliant on the Maestro because there is a Valkyrie ban, because there is an Echo ban as well. So the Maestro is going to be very pivotal. I don't know if we're going to see him go into the main lobby. I mean, he'll be extremely strong if it is a lobby take from Secret.
It's, well, yeah.
Because you have Maestro just gun them all down, possibly at the top of the main stairs, possibly over towards the elevator.
Okay, well, we have all our players in and our prayers as well, too. Making
One
sure...
mic, one prayer. One mic, one prayer.
Thank you.
Hopefully they have
Thank you,
quality.
54-year-old Facebook mom.
Hopefully they have, hey. Hopefully they have good internet quality. Because they had to rehost because of it, and now we're waiting.
I think we're at the limit when it comes to rehosts.
Well, I wonder if there might be server issues because all 10 players are now struggling to get in the lobby. Everybody is waiting.
Yeah. So
We have no idea what is going on. There we go. It looks like everybody's in now. We'll just check the pings. We'll walk you through this together.
yes, Radiocast.
It is not a CEO defense, though. It is a Teller's
Teller
Archives defense. So that's something that's a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah.
Teller's Archives is not played as much as it used to. CEO has become the default secondary site. Some teams like Open Area, though Teller's Archives still usually maintains in a 3-site rotation. And a lot of it involves defending in Open Area, which is where you see BDS setting up right now. A castle is paramount because you're going to want to burn as much utility and time. Ideally, you as an attacker will have to get open that castle barricade rather than go through the triple panel wall that is in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Not always easy to do,
Attackers are heading out to
especially
defuse a bomb.
if you have a defender playing up top of Skylight, which is where I could easily see somebody from BDS going.
I like the double reinforcement here into the hallway, plus the castle barricade. That's a very common strategy, but it works very well. You see, this wall, you're gonna need to open it up if you're Team Secret. Problem is, they only have one hard breacher, so you know where that exothermic charge is gonna go. There's one that's gonna allow you to enter into the A site here, and then the other one to give you the angle into the main hallway. That'll allow you to protect your teammates. You'll see though, Fair will be the first one to go down thanks to Renshiro, but it's Fonkers to take out Panics in retaliation. Renshiro's at half HP. The Jackal for the smoke. It's an equal trade if you just look at it from the outside, but nobody's really roaming too far off on the BDS side, so it's fine. That Jackal won't be the end of the story for Team Secret. DP's coming up from above, and the rest of Secret are just going to clear the bottom floor, make sure there's nobody playing in there that can surprise them later on in the round and come up through those stairs.
There's a lot of info that was just gained from that singular drone of Jonas. They know that 3 members of BDS are inside of either Open Area, that small office, or the staff area down below. So you only need to worry about one other member of BDS in their location, which is I think why Fonkers is imbued with such great confidence now in how he's going to clear. Because barring a rotate that for the time being seems to be quite unseen, Secret could push the site and prompt a 1v4. Obviously, that's easier said than done given the way that most teams set this up. The castle will win the fight amazingly, and then Renshiro adds to it too. That was a coordination, or a burst of coordination rather, from Secret that did not pan out whatsoever.
Not at all. Fonkers is still here. He's still holding on to Zengel in open area, and nobody presents themselves just yet from BDS. Meepy will be forced back as he has used his exothermic charge successfully to open up into tellers. See, you hear the drone playing around, and Meepy will have to confirm, okay, is the castle still here? No, he's not. He has exited the premise, vacated it, so to say. Renshiro will be the one that puts, oh no, he's not spotted yet. There you go, it peeks up, but Fonkers collects Rafal downstairs. This might be the moment. There you go. The drone will confirm the Maestro's location, so Fonkers can deal with that at some point. The Maestro camera should get taken out in the back. There's the breaching round. One more still left. It's RXWD who can collect some information with his heartbeat sensor, and Renshiro has rotated close up to the A-bomb site. They go in the Maestro, who wins out the gunfight here against the Ash. Meepy makes a lot of noise, gets shot in the back.
hear from Archives. They know where he's at. He's got limited locations to come in from in so much less time. Nitro itself comes out and blows Meepy to Kingdom Come. That is the round for BDS, and they collect their first one on defense here. On Bang. Goes the Weasel.
I see what Secret were trying to do with Jonas at the castle barricade inside of staff area. You managed to kill the castle, and what happens next? Well, you got, I believe it was Renshiro playing on the Maestro right in your sights. But, you know, it was tough. The castle ended up winning the fight, swung on Jonas. Jonas lost it. Not much you can do. I honestly think open area is where this was completely lost for Secret. They lost 2 gunfights that they probably should have won. That is obviously a significant game changer there, and I know that it's very basic to just boil it down to, it simply comes down to a 1v1, or you need to win your 1v1s, etc. Sometimes it is really that simple. You find yourself effectively down in numbers by 2 very heavy utility operators, especially after you lost your Jackal early on, at which point it was then a 3v4 for Secret. After they lost Jonas too, and then Renshiro came out and made it a 2v4. That's something that should not happen.
10 seconds remaining.
BDS now on the defense. They go back down.
5 seconds
And
left before
what I like is that they completely forego that whole plan. I get it, theoretically it works. Panix is going for it, but just, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let's go for your standard strategies. Mira is available. Use her, and Rafael will do indeed so. So, I'm very hopeful. There's nitro cells plenty, at least 2 of them. That's pretty good. And we're able to get all that info in from Panix. Now, is there anybody playing in the blue stairs? It seems like there is. Just unsure who it is. Shaiko's playing by the white stairs, and Panix is the one here running Nitro Cell Pulse. And RXWD will be the one using all of those ADSs to his to increase his comfort in blue stairs. But he's going to fall back. The whole point of all of this is to burn a lot of utility off the attackers and time. And it's working so well so far.
It's the last Jackal track that Secret will now need to hunt down manually and see if they have server control. I like that BDS have made this change. They're not defending server at all. Why? Well, because it's been a fool's errand for 2 rounds. So take it somewhere else. Assemble your troops elsewhere, maybe over towards Vault. You never know. That's the thing about this bank site. It has gotten to a point where you now have teams running all 5 of the defenders on site. And side note, just what we were watching with Leon there, he blew it.
Yep.
Leon just made a very critical error. In his haste, he's now prevented that second hatch from being opened up. It's not that it'll be a miracle if they manage to win this, but there's a significant handicap for Secret.
They might just have to change their angle and see that they're sending at least 1 player. There we go. 2 players are actually going through Garage, but Renshiro is already waiting for them. So this is great here. If Renshiro can hold them back and stop them for just a bit, Shaco's able to collect 1, and there's Renshiro with 1 kill of his own. 2 kills for Renshiro in the Garage, and he sets them down. It's 2 left for Secret. So far, all 5 alive for BDS, all because of that 1 mistake. BP will have to drop down. Funkers is trying to make as much noise as humanly possible as... Excuse me. Meepy has dropped. Those bullets were meant specifically to allow Meepy to drop, but he's spotted. He's gonna die in a second. There you go, and that's Diffuser. The round is over. There's no way Fonkers recovers this, and now he realizes, yep, this hatch was...
That's not open.
That's...
No.
There she is. Shaiko, oh no, he loses the gunfight. But Fonkers is so low at this point. There's a wall, there's so many angles that he has to watch for. And there's little time, he's dead. RXWD collects it, and BDS tied up 2-2.
That volley of 3 kills, especially in Garage, very impressive from BDS. So that's what I said when assemble your troops elsewhere. Instead of putting 1 in server and then 1 on blue stairs, where do you go? Well, you put them over towards Garage. You put them inside a Vault. Meepy drops. You now have coverage over towards that elevator. You have coverage towards the Garage side. The Maestro isn't as reliant on plant denial to the doorway of server, or CCTV rather, as he can now play freely inside a garage and maybe have somebody else watch that, especially when you are consistently running somebody with a C4 that can go for the denial, should it be a server take. So I appreciate that change from BDS. They tried server stairs twice. It didn't work. There are teams that pull off successful defenses on bank without defending those blue stairs or server stairs, as different people call them. I think it was a smart choice. So with tellers and archives tellers and now that CCTV lockers down below being successfully defended, we're not seeing an open area defense at all from BDS. It's unlikely that we'll see it for round 6 because tellers opens up again. Now, BDS could go for all 4 sites, but a Mira is available. And a Mira and a Castle being available in tandem makes open area so much more effective to hold. You can open up all of tellers, all of archives. You can hold it from above as well with Mira windows on the 2nd floor.
Attackers are heading
There's so many options here for the defenders. So why not give a crack at open area? Because it's a site that sees infrequent use, but there are teams that can struggle to attack it if done well. And the Teller's Archives defense from BDS already looked very similar to this. This is going to be not an identical setup, but a close enough setup to what happened when the defense won round number 3. Secret struggled mightily in open area. It stands to reason that they will do so again unless they make some significant changes.
I think Secret would play this once we get to the defense, but BDS setup definitely is trying to use as best as possible the benefit of having the castle on the mirror, as you mentioned. You can castle off certain parts of the map, specifically that long hallway and the sprinklers, and then allow the mirror windows to give you information. You can play in tellers, and they can get popped. That's not a problem. Those mirror windows can get removed. It's just, it's such a big hassle and such a utility drain that by the time you're able to deal with all of that, your assault is kind of limp. You won't have much in the way of utility. You'd have been burned. Nitro cells can slow you down. There is one available. So still, possibility still. That's what you're doing here. And the attackers, though, still try to open up as much as humanly possible before you enter the site. Rafal is predicting somebody to push him. Shaiko knows that there's the gridlock close to him, and that's thanks to the super shorty that opened up the hatch in the elevator. Leon is going to slow down for just a moment. You see there's a Maestro camera and a mirror window going to be set up in Tellers.
I've seen a lot of EU teams, in particular M&M, running that super shorty and just getting away with murder. It's not exactly a weapon known for its frag potential, but it does an astonishing amount of damage at close range, and yeah, it can absolutely level somebody as it hits like a truck. You just gotta, like the smoke shotgun, pray. You have to pray that every single pellet hits, so... This is very standard, as we'd see.
Oh my!
That's a beautiful shot from Shaiko. Traded off by Meepy, and I was going to say, this is very standard to see for open area, is that a lot of teams have to cross their I's and dot their T's, if I could say that, before they're able to really push in. Top floor control at the moment is for Team Secret, though there's a bit of a fight back from BDS, so some counter punches being landed. Jonas knows that he's got Shaiko in play. Cannot capitalize on it just yet. Leon Gids taking one down with him before he's felled by Panics. So another 3v3, 20 seconds, and the clock very much in favor of BDS, who now have their own bodies up on the 2nd floor. Dropping his Panics, he'll shut down Feral. Plant going down from Meepy, falling off for the time being. He's so low HP, he has to be very wary, but once again, cue the Jaws theme. Shaiko is in hot pursuit with Panics on his belly. Shaiko finds Jonas, and Meepy is totally vulnerable. And Panics will dive on top of him. It's 3 in a row for BDS in a do-or-die situation for Secret, as it's qualifier point, technically, on this map. BDS looking for 3 in a row, and they've at least drawn even on the first half with one more round before they switch sides.
That was beautifully played, and I loved the way that Panics rotated off, playing the Legion. The moment he saw the opportunity, he saw that, you know what, I can rely on Shaiko holding down Eunice for a while, right? The mirror window might be open, but he's not going to lose it. And if he does, at least it buys me time. He runs up the stairs and then gets up by the hatch.
Yeah.
The fact that he dropped down, got the Jackal, that was great. And that was pretty much a round over by that point. The Zofia was still fighting, but Shaiko won another important gunfight. And because of that, There's no time left. And that's the most difficult part of open area. I want to liken this to playing in bathroom tellers on border, is that the most important part of it is just burning so much time that the attackers have to push no matter what. That's when usually defenders at this level can keep their calm and keep their cool and still be able to walk out of the round victorious. Same thing here. You're spread out. You're really forcing your opponents to use all their utility. By the time it's 15 seconds left and you have to go and push, you already played the flanks, so you're ready. That was the case for the Legion. And you're still winning your gunfight on the opposite end of the map because you've wasted so much time and so much attention. It's just, it was beautifully played, I have to say. This combination of BDS is very impressive. But now we go to CEO on the last round of this first half. And BDS are looking pretty. They're running double ACOG for this one between the Doc and the Maestro. Something we've seen being very powerful, especially when you're fighting against those repels.
Absolutely. So my speculation was incorrect, given that tellers and archives were opened up. Important for BDS to run every single site here, and they'll keep Team Secret on their toes, as I'm sure Secret was likely expecting a Teller's Archives push, but it doesn't matter because you see the utility that's being brought from Secret. Well, it's going to work no matter where it goes. Already some damage seemingly taken from Renshiro as he's overhealed from RX. Shaiko gets very aggressive. He'll take Feral down some HP, but then Shaiko drops himself, concussed by one of Jonas's lifelines. It's a joint push from Secret as they've got some forces aligned at the back, and then Fonkers solo droning himself in from the front, assuming that he's going to get a call at some point to push up the main stairs, as it'll be a pincer maneuver, I guess you could call it. This is something that Secret has been doing quite a lot of. They've been having either Feral or Fonkers going from the back, and the first kill is going to go to Leon Gids. Whoever gets the opening frag, the opening kill, has gone on to win the round 100% of the time so far. So Secret look to be able to tie it up if that's the case. It's the mirror that goes down too. The only C4 that's on the board. And while C4 is not exactly the most important tool in your tool belt on this site, you never want to be giving that away for free. Shaiko's still under siege, just inside a conference room. He's got a mirror window for good luck, if required. He's got Panics also not too far by. Leon Gids goes down, but Secret snaps their fingers, and immediately half of the team is dead. It's all Shaiko in a 1v3. He guns down Jonas, immediately turns around. He's got a mirror window working against him. His position might be given away. A miraculous shot on Amipi, and Diffuser surrendered inside of A. A minute to go, and Shaiko is prone underneath the mirror window, or crouched, so he can't be spotted. He's getting Jackal tracked, so this is going to be tough. Oh. A pre-fire from Feral, knowing that Shaiko is going to emerge from Janitor, and Secret holds on to the round 3-3. As close as it could ever be between these teams, and despite the fact that so far BDS has won 2 maps, it's still Secret who have been so close.
Yeah, so far every time. Who knows? BDS are 4 rounds of victory away from 6 Invitational. You get your tickets booked and your hotel ready, then you will be preparing yourself for Pro League, and after that, the biggest event of them all, the World Championship at 6 Invitational 2020. Every year it's been bigger than the one before, and I heard
that the prize pool was going to be $6 billion this year.
Yeah, it's like...
And ownership of Ubisoft.
Do you think Bikini Body will step down as owner of Ubisoft?
Attackers need to locate and defuse
I'm not certain, but that's just what I heard.
I mean, 2 lead developers have stepped down from that, so...
Xavier and Alex.
Yeah.
It was a bummer reading that note, actually. Yeah. They've both been very instrumental in... I didn't really get to know Xavier that well. I don't actually think I've spoken to him more than once or twice, but I knew Alex Remy really well, and I would follow that man into the dark.
I completely agree.
I would follow Alex Remy into hell because I trust him that much.
Such a loyal man, aren't you?
Both of them are directly responsible for the game that we played today, and without them, I think it's safe to say that this game would not be anywhere near this place. So big thank you. Thank you to both Xavier and Alex.
No pressure for anybody else, but
yeah, you get big shoes. You got big shoes to fill, just as Feral does, and this often goes undroned. Now, keep in mind, there's a Jackal on the board. when you engage Kavera's silent step,
It doesn't leave.
it does not leave footprints. So if Jackal goes through the front door and looks for footprints, which will not happen, as RXWD is at the back.
Oh,
This is going to be the question. Oh, no.
oh no.
Oh, no.
Yes!
There it comes!
There it goes. No, he gets the kill. He runs away. Farrell has gotten the work done, though. Panics is out of play.
I think he was fearing somebody else coming
Yeah.
through the front door. And, I mean, it's very common for a Jackal to go in through the front door as well, because then you can take elevators and go towards main stairs. But, I mean, we usually see Jackals go through Skylight, so I don't know if he was necessarily wary of that or not. That's interesting. So,
It happens.
it happens. He was tuning up the band.
We're switching music.
Sweet chin music, my friend. Big opening pick, though, for Secret. And Fonkers is still on the run above. Keep in mind, this is a cache defense, or a CCTV defense, rather, down below. I'm so used to calling it cache from Clubhouse. Shaiko guns down Jonas. Goodbye to the Jaeger. But still, Fonkers is above.
Hostiles located! Second floor!
It's one of the Mozzie drones giving intel. Trying desperately to hunt down where Fonkers is, and he sees decently recent footprints on the Mozzie and knows he's not too far off. Red Shiro joins in on the fun as there were 3 members of BDS all desperately trying to find the finished Fonkers playing upstairs. An advantage for BDS as Team Secret led in round number 2 but then gave it up to BDS. Since then, Team Secret have not led for more than a single round in this entire matchup. Between all 3 maps. They led for 1 round in map 1 and they led for 1 round in map 3. That's it. The rest they have either been tied or trailing BDS. That is a bad stat line when you consider it. And despite the fact they have come extremely close on a number of maps, both maps 1 and 2, 1 or 2 rounds away from being a possible Secret 3-0, it's BDS who have edged them out.
In the end, that's what matters. And
Absolutely.
it's the thing that I say annoys a lot of people that are just big fans of Secret out there, and I know there's a lot of them, is that Secret performed so well so far in the online phase, and it's really in this match that they finally have the biggest challenge. Shaiko up close and gets 1 kill, looking for the second here in red. Does he spot the Maestro? Yes, he does, but it's Meepy to win out the gunfight. Goes in with the Alda spraying through. He'll be downing RXWD on the floor here, and his head will be spotted around. No, maybe. No, he's not sure. He doesn't even know. And you'll see the Jackal falling back. Unfortunately, the reload did not go through from Meepy as he ADS'd and canceled the reload. He'll jump around. He'll get the kill on RX. He'll already be tagged. He's down to 30 HP, and he's turning around and dancing, bobbing and weaving. So many angles he has to watch for. 1 here by the table and 1 by the hatch, and it's Rafal that collects it. That's it. Rafal, a reminder, as you can tell by the charm on his weapon, was a player at the very first Invitational.
That is correct.
Back then on console, I believe.
He was on Supremacy back on console.
It was console, yeah.
Was it, or was it Vitality? Vitality or Supremacy? I can't remember which roster he was on.
I think it was Vitality. Wasn't the Supremacy playing there? Because Vitality got absolutely bombed.
No. Don't look it up on your tablet, because then you'll end up in a clip if it comes back to you. Don't do that. Don't do that.
What were you looking up?
I was on Liquipedia, like I am
Usually.
85% of the time, looking up maps and looking up context. Because I was actually going to say, before we came back, was I was going to talk about Secret versus BDS and their run so far through the qualifiers.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
I know I will inevitably be accused of bias here, because there have been a number of times where Secret has won 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, whereas BDS have won 2-0 quite a bit. But there were times where, in my opinion, through this qualifier run, BDS have looked a little bit less dominant than their run through Challenger League, their run through DreamHack Montreal, and then their run to Pro League. BDS in the qualifiers have looked human,
Yes.
very similar to Fours. Like, both of those teams have come back down to earth after our expectations were sky high for them.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Secret have looked like a Pro League caliber team. I would say through the
5 seconds
qualifiers,
to go.
from what I've seen, I would have more confidence in Secret than BDS.
Attackers' objective
I think
is
that
to
Secret have
locate a
been the
bomb
better
and
team through the
defuse it.
qualifiers. However, today it is indisputably the other way around.
100%.
Secret have looked lackluster on a number of attacks. They have failed to close out rounds that they should have closed out. Whether it's communication, whether it's players not showing up, Leon Gids is turning in his worst performance in the qualifiers. From what I've seen, there could have been other matches where he did worse. So somebody somewhere is probably going to be like, actually, in the first qualifier matchup, I don't care. From what I've watched of the qualifiers, and from the stats that are available, because not all the stats are tracked, it's like impossible to stat track every single qualifier matchup. This is the worst performance that Leon Gids has put in. Inversely, Fonkers has carried this team through a number of different rounds, and so has Farrell. They have been instrumental in keeping this team in play when Leon Gids has faltered. And it's one thing to drop 20 kills. It's one thing to drop 15 kills against teams when the pressure's on, but you don't have a spot on the line, speaking of, as Leon Gids kills Rafael. We called him out, and then he got an ace the next round, so who knows? Maybe it'll happen again.
Who knows? Well, just to add to it, Rafael wasn't in on Supremacy.
Supremacy, I got it
So
right.
you're very correct.
Thank you. I thought so, but I didn't want to make it definitive, because that as a caster is your greatest strength. If you don't know, answer both ways.
Potentially.
And then you're right. You're right no matter what. You always win.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Oh, RXWD! How does he win that? He went up. Oh no! You can't dolphin dive anymore. Still.
It's not like half hip fire too.
That was. He got the last hit in hip fire, but
yeah, that's rough.
and I would feel real bad if I'm Leon right there. But well, the kill came in, and that's it. Now the advantage, definitely the advantage of, or on the side of BDS. Excuse me. BP is lower than half HP right now, and is gonna have to struggle his way out of this round.
Yeah.
You can get shot very easily here as the Maestro, and unless you have, oh, I love this strategy. This is beautiful. Renshiro anticipating the Eunice play. That's what you needed. You always expect the Jaeger to play this way. And there's Meepy, though. He'll find RXWD. He'll slow things down for a second. His backpack is spotted. A panic sprays in the wrong location as the Maestro puts himself down on the floor. Renshi on Meepy, and here's the last for Shaiko. Round number 8 to go the way of BDS. They're getting closer.
Closer and closer. There was a time in Pro League where half of the EU teams were French.
Yeah.
And now,
literally for 2.5 years.
yeah, there was Millennium, there was Supremacy, there was Vitality, there was for a period of time
Unknights.
before. What was the other team that?
Unknights, Begenies.
Ares.
Yeah.
Ares. Half the teams were French, and there's been a bit of a step back in terms of Pro League for French representation. First and foremost, because European Pro League is getting progressively more mixed. You still had French representation. You used to have Stiz and Alems on this team, both of whom are French. The Giants is still, or were still, French. We're still waiting to see who their fifth is when they unveil. They dropped Alfama. Now they just have Hicks and Rise. And Rise is French, but he's technically from Belgium.
He speaks French, but he's Belgian.
Correct.
So francophone.
Yeah. He still speaks French.
Yes.
But he's not French.
thing.
He's not French. Just be like if a Canadian spoke French, was on that team, it would be French.
I completely agree with you, Parker. Go ahead.
Vitality, even now, has changed over where they only have 2 French players on it.
Yep.
It's a flag being raised for the French community here with BDS's success and how they've done, and largely assembling a team of French
10
superstars.
seconds left.
Every single member of BDS has played Pro League at one time or another. Shaiko and RXD were on the same team before. Panix was on the old Vitality roster and then was on Penta. Renshiro was on the old Millennium roster back when Liven was still on it. Rafael came from Supremacy. There are a lot of French players that are going to be proud of this roster, and I will say, frankly, it's nice to see that community represented at this high level.
Drone activated.
I completely agree.
There is some French representation already at the 6 Invitational through Giants.
Yep.
So that's definitely there. Na'Vi doesn't have any French players. Empire doesn't have any French players. So it is nice to see that. We're not trying to write Team Secret off just yet, but BDS have looked utterly dominant so far. And after this side swap, Team Secret got both opening kills, doesn't matter. Team Secret had an advantage in both rounds, doesn't matter. And now, Jonas engaged in the very first fight. He'll take out a ton of damage. Pistol comes out from Shaiko, and he can't do enough damage to Fonkers. You don't want to lose Shaiko early, especially not on that Skylight Stairwells. It's another CEO take for BDS.
The Maverick would be very nice to have here to combo
with your thermite. And one thing that I find quite curious is that Secret are not bringing anything to deal with that. So, no bandit, no cottage, and Panic's beautiful headshot. He's looking for the second. Look at all these holes that have been opened up by the Maestro. But RXWD finds Bonkers as well. It's a 5v3 yet again. History. The previous round is repeating itself. Shaiko opening up a bit more. And here is the thermite of Rafal will blow open the door. Rafal will find Eunice, who's tagged very low. Feral unable to kill him before, but Mipi will find the first kill. The opener here for BDS in the round. 2 players tagged down very low between Shaiko and Rafal. It's up to Feral to hold down. He won't boost himself, but the EMP will be thrown in. Feral is spotted. They know where he's at. And how do they find him? It's a very tough location, a tough angle to find for anybody that's on the rappel, and indeed that is Renshiro. Not surprising to see him on the second to last EMP has been used up. He's checking. Feral will get one more kill. Renshiro fights off. Oh, he needed, but he hits the headshot. Mipi now in the 1v2. Low HP is RXWD. Gets the shot. That's BDS now on map and match point. That's it.
Qualifier point as well.
One more round, you go to Invitational. Simple as that, and Secret's run would end right here.
And what a run it would be for Secret, who have not dropped a single matchup. They've dropped a couple maps against good teams along the way. They utterly crushed BDS 2-0. And now they're on the ropes. Not that they're a momentum-based team, because I feel like saying that they're a momentum-based team is always a fallback for casters.
Yeah.
But you look at the way that Secret has played, their confidence is largely gone. They're making silly mistakes. I hate to single out Leon Gids because I feel like he just makes such a huge impact. He might even have had the best stats through the qualifiers of any EU player. If we go back and we tabulate everybody, he's got to be top 2, probably top 3, maybe even the best. Unfortunately, he is putting in his worst performance in the qualifiers so far, and it comes at the worst time. This is something that's going to be talked of for a while, and I know that he's going to take it quite hard.
Yeah.
But at this level, when this much is riding on the game, you gotta show up. You showed up against BDS before. It's not even that BDS is shutting you down. You are making mistakes. You are making mistakes with how you peak. You are making mistakes with going in with a bit too much gusto, not having enough follow-up. And whether that's the IGLing, whether that's you ignoring the IGLing, whether that's just simply you just having an off day. Sometimes you have an off day. That's why you get a one-map advantage if you've made it through the winner's bracket, is to offset the fact that you might have an off day. Your opponents have already had an off day. BDS had an off day when they played you earlier.
They already got a second chance by just being able to fight you again.
And they had to win a best of 5 yesterday against Eminem, and now they're in another best of 5. And they're crushing you. The first 2 games were close enough. When I say crushing, I refer to the fact that, number 1, they've taken 2 maps, but number 2, that it is currently 6-3. 1 round goes different on Coastline. 1 round goes different on Clubhouse. We're talking about a totally different matchup right now. Could even already be over.
There's Panic's first kill on a Feral. Usually when Mipi is your number 1 player on the frags on the board is not great. If you're Secret, there's Shaiko for the second one on the units. It's all falling apart. And even worse, Mipi's kills have not been the most important ones and inconsequential. Rafaldo, huge kill there onto Bonkers. Mipi will be able to drop on 1. This Nitro Cell coming out. Wants to hold on to this angle, and indeed he'll be able to hold on to the walls and reinforcements for a bit more. Leon gets showing up where it matters. It turns to a 2v2. BDS slow down near the halfway point of the round. Renshiro going in for the 1v1 fight if he beats Leon. Oh no! The Maestro losing the gunfight, leaving only 1 alive. The diffuser, though, is left out in the open for Mipi to check.
Mipi will need to ace in order for this round to continue on. If Mipi does not ace, imagine the pressure!
Oh!
And he's not going to get it. BDS Esport punching their ticket to the 6th Invitational. We have a 12th team, Gassan.
It's done. It's over. 7-3 victory for BDS.
I apologize. I wanted you to have the last... I wanted you to have the last call, but then I just wanted to be like, Meepy needs to ace. Imagine the pressure. And it's over. That's what happens. Remember the lion meta?
Yeah, I
When
do.
you'd never, ever know who was doing what at what time. And it was just like, is the round about to be over? There's still 2 minutes left. Whoops-a-daisy. It's done. It's done.
It's over. BDS, they book it. They're going to Invitational. It's done. That's EU qualifiers over. Let's recap things for just a moment, Parker. This is what Secret has done to get to where they got today. They beat M&M 2-1. They beat Forest 2-1. They beat G2 2-1. They beat BDS 2-0. And then they lose to BDS 3-1. The one map that they got was off of the fact that they were in that top bracket. BDS on their side of the bracket, though, beat X Game Ward. They beat Vitality. They beat Chaos. They lost to Secret. Had to play against M&M, who they absolutely demolished in that best of 5 last night. And they come into another best of 5 with one map down, and they take 3 in a row. 2 maps that were so close, and then the third one that was all theirs from the beginning.
And the most amazingly is just you listen to those team names. Secret had so much more challenging of a run to get to this point than we saw from BDS. Secret had a much harder run to the finals. BDS came in, and that's why I said I didn't think BDS had been as dominant in these qualifiers as Secret had. Secret took out really astoundingly good teams. M&M ended up showing up big. I don't know where they really came from. Nobody really does, I think. A lot of people are saying they're the new Na'Vi or so. But Secret had a much harder run to the finals. Granted, they didn't have to play a best of 5 yesterday. Hot on the heels of that, BDS comes in, and their biggest challenge, which is a rematch against Secret, not only do they win the rematch, which we say often, a lot of teams in the rematch, they end up winning.
Yep.
But not only do they win it, but they do so in dominating style. Coastline was Secret's map. BDS takes it 8-6. Clubhouse 8-7. Once again, 1 or 2 rounds go the difference. We're talking about a Secret victory, not to be had today.
Well, that's it. It's over. We have our interview, though, so let's have a quick chat with our resident winner, Panix. Bonsoir, Dimitri. How are you, Panix?
I'm doing great, obviously, since we just qualified to the 6th Invitational, and hope I won't get benched before the 6th this time. I hope I can actually play it.
Those were experiences that only the OGs right now would know about, that's for sure.
Yes.
But here you are, you're going to Invitational. It was a close game. So first of all, let's talk about your performance 2 nights ago against Team Secret. In that game, Secret looked dominant. They absolutely demolished you in the game, specifically on Coastline. What did you look at after that matchup to say, okay, we have to play them again. This is what we have to fix?
Well, the first and biggest thing is mostly ourselves, just like playing together, attitude, communication-wise, just willing to play together and win together.
Mm-hmm.
Second thing is like we knew that Secret were going to be very, very aggressive. The thing is that they knew a lot of stuff on us. It's they watch VODs, etc.
Yep.
So we just try stuff. The different stuff, like we can see at the first round we go with the Monty and go for a Shisha plant,
Yep.
which is unusual for us.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we were just trying different stuff and try to put like some aggression, some counter aggression, like just make them run a bit everywhere and not know what they should do.
One point though, because you were talking about that aggression that Secret has pulled out specifically in this game as well, is that oftentimes, specifically on Coastline, we would just see Leon suddenly be in the middle of a site. You know,
Yeah.
How is it for you? How did you try to react to that? Because at some point, I assume it would cause some confusion on the team. Like, is there actually someone there? Sometimes there was no reaction even from the players. There seemed to be some sort of dead air communication when he actually pushed in that way.
Yeah, well, it's multiple things. Like we knew before, like even Jonas can enter in like a sneaky beaky like.
Mm-hmm.
But we said, especially if we know that they're coming from somewhere, that we should like help the guy. It happened that sometimes Leon just goes somewhere, and it took a bit of time to get the friends to come over and help. Like I remember with my bandit when I got pushed by Leon in the server stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Normally the help should be a bit faster. but yeah, it's just like coordination, etc. And it's those kind of mistakes that cost us 2 nights ago against Secret the victory.
Well, that was, at least for Coastline, that's definitely the big thing that we were seeing. On Clubhouse, it was even closer than we saw. It went to overtime on all 15 rounds that are possible on the map. You guys tried to pull out the Monty a couple times and walk in from Dirt Tunnel. The strategy did not pan out well at all. When you look back at things, what was really holding you back? Was it something that... the fact that Secret were putting so much pressure on you to not take Kitchen even? What was really slowing you down to force you through that assault wave?
It's a different attack again. Like we're trying to create different stuff against Secret so they can be surprised. And here, like we didn't have our usual automatics, so there was some kind of mistakes. Like on the first one, it was pretty good without the Monty, but the second one, it was more about Mosey putting pressure from office to kitchen. We didn't see the holes, and third one, like we went there, etc. We put pressure on open office, and everything was fine until there was a team kill. So I think that Rune could have gone either way, and it's just about like small mistakes, but the strategy and everything was almost good to win this one.
At least theoretically speaking. Finally,
yes.
on Bank, I want to talk about one specific part that we were kind of going back and forth between myself and Intero to understand the situation and what's the mindset behind it. When you guys were defending downstairs at the basement, you had the server wall, or the soft wall that's between server and the CCTV area, and it was left completely soft. And even in the first round, or the second one, I believe, it was shot in the center of it and opened up. What's the logic behind it, so we can just understand it a bit better?
Good question.
Okay.
It's more like we had the issues, etc., and we were trying to like we don't want to reinforce every time that wall when we are playing. I think it was against Vitality. They would always take the server, etc., and they would open with the Maverick some holes in the wall in front of us. So we said stop reinforcing it. So like this, if they want to make some holes, if they want to play there, well, they're gonna get some issue and we're gonna shoot them easily. So yeah, that you make some holes, they cannot play beyond the servers at all, etc. Especially if you have a Mirai very, very strong. But obviously, we at the beginning it was not the perfect composition, etc. So didn't work out that well, and it was a rotation hole at the first one. It's not the best thing.
Okay, well, now you qualified. You finally make it through. We talked about the 6 Invitational. Making it there even is a career-making move. It's something that makes all of you really break out on the international scene. But all of you guys on the team have experience playing LAN, playing internationally now, even as a team of the past few months. What does this qualification mean to you and in your head for your careers in the future?
I mean, it's obviously it's the biggest tournament in Rainbow Six. We have some history with each players. Everyone wants to go further and to do to achieve something apart from Rencho, who's already pretty good on that. So yeah, we really want to prove stuff. We want to prove that we deserve to be here and we are high-level players. And the Six Invitational is the best place to show that. Also, we did some good runs on minors, etc. We can see that against international teams, we are pretty good, pretty okay. Like Liquid was pretty close at the OGA. Yeah. So yeah, we just have to find the next steps, which is be like the perfect Symbios team, like not have the sort of games where we don't speak that much, don't communicate that much, or just get angry. I don't know.
All right. Well, that was it at this point. You've been working through this entire year. You went through DreamHack Montreal. You went through Challenger League, OGA Minor, and now you qualified through the online phase. You've had great games and performances throughout, and you qualify for Six Invitational. Panics, I can't wait to see you guys at the event and the entire team. I know you guys will be practicing very hard. But until then, we will be seeing you in Pro League. So welcome back for
Yes.
that. We said it before. We'll say it again. Thank you, Intero.
Thank you, Theo.
And we'll see you back in competitive play in January, early on, as we come back for EU, I believe, January 6th. So,
6th, yeah.
Panics, thank you so much.
Against G2. Against G2. If they didn't disband yet, but we will see.
You have to ask Pengo about that.
Ah.
Nobody clipped that, right?
Yeah.
That's it. Panics, thank you so much. Congratulations again, and we'll see you soon for Pro League.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow, you like speak so many languages.
It's literally the only positive. How do I even handle it? Like,
You did the same to me earlier.
that's true, but I was a lot closer.
Sorry for respecting boundaries and personal space.
There are no boundaries or personal space between us, and you know that, partner.
That's very true. Would you like to tell the people goodbye?
Yes. So, Parker, thank you so much, but you are gonna remain here.
Staying here.
So Parker is gonna
Grind doesn't stop.
he's gonna have a quick nap, and then he'll be back in 2 hours. It's
Isn't it 1 hour?
2 hours.
Is it midnight?
Yeah.
That was at 11.
No, it's midnight. Check. It's on Wikipedia. At least that's what it usually should be.
I don't know anything today.
No, not just today. But we'll be back for MIBR versus Team 1, the grand final of Latin America qualifications for 6 Invitational 2020. That's in just under 2 hours. See you then. Thank you so much. We love you. Good night.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Bomb located by attackers.
Devices intact. Bomb detected.
Is exposed.
I am the rabbit. Device in position.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Diffuser. 15 seconds left.
Cover me.
Attackers activating diffuser. Located a bomb.